2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
All right, liftoff and the clock is starting. All systems are go.
Surgeon, go. Capcom, we're go for landing.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Straight up into the sky. What an unbelievable sight. I didn't think anything could match an Apollo.
By the mid-2030s, I believe we can send humans to orbit, Mars, and return them safely to Earth.
Hello everyone, I'm Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, and I'm so excited to welcome you to Rocket Fever. Today is about opening your imagination, exploring outer space, and learning about all that science has to offer. Last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, the moment the world stopped to watch astronaut Neil Armstrong walk on the moon. And since that day, we've unlocked so many secrets of the universe, discovering black holes, finding new solar systems, and traversing the planets with cutting-edge technologies. Each discovery changes the way we understand our universe and teaches us more about ourselves. And each mission succeeded because someone like you set their eyes on the sky, challenged themselves to work hard, and never gave up. Pretty soon, I know we'll all be tuning in to watch one of you walk on Mars or to reach for the stars. And today could be the beginning of that journey. So while you're here at Rocket Fever, remember to learn a thing or two, to get inspired, and to remember that with hard work, there's no limit.
Welcome to Rocket Fever 2021. I'm Nader Morgado, Chairman of the Board of Columbia Memorial Space Center and President and CEO of Financial Partners Credit Union. Today, we will be streaming STEM content all day, giving children of all ages an opportunity to learn more about STEM education. Financial Partners has proudly sponsored Rocket Fever for more than 10 years. We remain committed to STEM education and building the next generation of creative and critical thinkers. Thanks for joining us virtually today. Although it may not have been the perfect scenario when we all joined together in person, it was the next best thing, but I can assure you we all enjoyed putting the material together. Ben and his team did an outstanding job. And we look forward to seeing you all in person, hopefully, next year and beyond. In the meantime, stay safe, keep your critical thinking caps on, and prosper.
2, 1, 0.
SD's Rockets is putting real science and real rocketry in the hands of you, the public. And you can go build these things, go get them at a hobby store and shoot them off. They're solid fuel rockets. They work just like a real one. There's real fire, and they go super high. So those rockets have been built for over 60 years by the Estes Rocket Company. They are the legacy leaders in model rocketry. And again, they put real science, real rockets in your hands. And we're going to hear from them today, right now. So take it away from this fantastic video from Estes Rockets.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in to Rocket Fever 2021. My name's Nicole and I am the Education Director here at Estes Industries. I just want to start off by saying thank you to the Columbia Memorial Space Center for putting on this incredible virtual event, getting amazing speakers all together, and being able to share all of our love for rocketry despite many of the challenges that this year has brought for all of us. So today I'm here to bring rocketry education right into your home with an interactive presentation on how Estes model rockets work. So get ready to play along. Welcome to the Estes Rocket Lab. Here is where all of the magic happens. We have an incredibly talented team to bring new model rockets right to your home or even at school. Our kits range from simple rockets like this star hopper here, which snaps together in about 15 minutes, doesn't require any glue or cutting, to more complex rockets like our green eggs shown here, which is a lot more challenging of a build and takes a lot longer. We even have an entire product line dedicated to Destination Mars, and this Mars lander is a great example of some of the rockets we have in that product line. So again, we're going to be talking about how Estes model rockets work, and I'm going to be using this rocket as an example. Many of you might have even built this rocket previously as part of the Rocket Fever event, and some of you might have even mailed this rocket back to the Space Center so that it can be launched here today. So this is an example of the rockets that we have, and we're going to be using this to play a game. I'm going to be quizzing all of you to see how much knowledge you have on model rockets. So I'm going to be going over 3 different parts of the rocket, and when I point to these parts, I want you to either shout out your answer as loud as you can, or maybe tell it to your parents, grandparents, or whoever you are watching this video with. So give me a big thumbs up if you're ready to play along. The first part of the rocket that we are going to talk about today is located at the top of the rocket, and in this example it's blue. So if you think that you know what this part of the rocket is, I want you to shout out that answer, and I'll give you 5 seconds to answer it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the nose cone. So if you guessed the nose or the nose cone, you are correct. Nose cones come in many different shapes and sizes. Each nose cone is expertly crafted so that your rocket will soar up really high into the sky. The second part of the rocket that we are going to talk about today is located at the bottom of the rocket. So here in the example, it's this piece that's red and one white one. If you know what these are called, I again want you to shout out that answer super loud, and I'll give you 5 more seconds to answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you guessed the fins or the fin unit, you are correct. The fins provide stability for the rocket after it launches off of the launch pad. The fins make sure that your rocket doesn't wobble or it doesn't flip, so they're pretty important to make sure that your rocket can go as high as possible. You always want to make sure your nose cone is pointed up right to the sky when your rocket launches, as straight as possible. The third part of the rocket that we're going to talk about today is actually located inside of the body tube. So I'm going to use an additional rocket as an example. I've opened up this rocket, and here, if you think that you know what this part of the rocket is called, again, I want you to shout out your answer even louder than you did the last time. And you've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you guessed the parachute or the recovery system, you are correct. The recovery system is put inside the rocket to make sure that your rocket gently lands back down on the ground so that you can launch your rocket over and over and over again. This parachute is an example of a recovery system, and many of our rockets have parachutes in them. But there are also different types of recovery systems. For example, the Starhopper that I showed before actually uses a streamer instead of a parachute as a recovery system. So, those are the 3 parts of the model rocket that we're going to talk about today. Again, we said the nose cone, the fins, and the parachute. These are pretty important to consider because many components of model rockets are similar to actual rockets that we see being launched by SpaceX, Blue Origin, NASA, and many other aerospace companies. For example, SpaceX recently launched their Falcon 9 with 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. Those astronauts were sitting inside the rocket's nose cone in their payload section, and that is again similar to the nose cone that we have here. In addition, after the astronauts completed their mission on the space station, they were launched back down to Earth, and their capsule landed in the ocean. In order to ensure that they landed safely, there were 4 big parachutes connected to that capsule to ensure that the astronauts were safe and that they could return home to their families. So there are a lot of connections between model rockets and real rockets. And model rockets give you an opportunity to think like an engineer and imagine yourself being an astronaut, an engineer, or many other different opportunities in the aerospace world. So you might be wondering, how do the model rockets work? And that's a great question if you were thinking about that. So we're going to talk a little bit more about how the model rockets actually work. After you've completed building your rocket, the next thing that you're going to need to do is insert the model rocket engine. So here is an example of an Estes engine. And the engine gets inserted right into the bottom component of the rocket. When you're inserting your engine, you want to make sure the clay nozzle that looks like this is always facing outside of the rocket down towards the ground. Once your engine is tightly secured in and your clay nozzle is like so, you are good to move on to the next step. The next thing you're going to do is take the model rocket starter and you're going to insert it into the clay nozzle like so. And then you're going to take a plug and you are going to put it into the clay nozzle to secure the starter in place. You always want to make sure that your starter is located in between two of the fins so it's easy to hook up onto the launch pad. Now your rocket is ready to be launched. Here is a launch pad. And again, as we note many of the similarities between model rockets and real rockets are launched off of a launch pad as well. Now we are going to attach the rocket onto the launch pad by using the launch lug as a guide so that the rocket can nice and gently glide all the way down onto the launch pad. Then we are going to attach the launch controller, which is this red box here, right onto the rocket itself. So each launch controller has a wire, and at the end there are two micro clips here. You are then going to attach the micro clips to the starter. You always want to make sure that the micro clips are attached nice and tight, and you always want to make sure that they're not touching each other so that they are securely, so that they don't disrupt the connectivity. And sometimes it can be a little challenging, so I'm just going to make sure that these get on nice and tight. There we go. Now you are ready to launch your rocket. It's really important that after you have your rocket attached to the launch controller that you and everyone in your group stands back at least 15 feet away from the launch pad. This just makes sure that everyone's being really safe. At that moment, when your group is standing back, you are going to take the key that is attached to the launch controller and you are going to insert it into the slot. At that moment, a red light should turn on, indicating that everything is connected correctly. For our example here, there isn't any red light going on because I've actually removed the batteries from this launch controller. I'm inside a building and you never want to launch a model rocket inside of a building. After your key is inserted and there's a red light, you are ready to launch. At that moment, you want everyone to make sure that their eyes are on the rocket and you want everyone in your group to count down from 5. Since I can't actually launch this rocket in here, we're going to show you a quick video about how a rocket launch actually looks.
2, 1,
And it's that simple. But there are some of you that I know want to become model rocket experts, and you might still be thinking, I still don't get how it works. So we're going to dive in a little bit deeper on how our engines work, and that will really help you to understand how your rocket actually lifts off into the air. After you hook up your model rocket to the launch pad and make sure everything's connected, you're ready to press your launch button. At that moment, the launch controller is going to send an electrical signal through these wires, up through the micro clips, up through the starter, and they're going to ignite the propellant that is inside the model rocket engine. At that moment, the propellant inside the model rocket engine is going to burn up, and this is going to produce a force called thrust. Thrust is that force that actually causes your model rocket to lift off the launch pad into the air. After all of the propellant is burned up inside of the engine, there is a time delay inside of the engine. This just allows your rocket to continue coasting off of its momentum so it can reach its peak altitude. Peak altitude is also known as apogee, and that's a really important term to remember. Once your rocket hits apogee, the ejection charge inside of the engine is going to pop open, and it's going to eject your parachute out of the top of the rocket. And this will allow you again to make sure that your rocket is gently landing right back down on the earth so you can launch your rocket over and over and over again. So that is a little bit more about how our model rockets work. And we've talked a lot about model rockets today, so I'm quickly just going to recap on everything we've talked about. We learned about 3 different parts of the model rocket: the nose cone, the fins, and the parachute. After you safely hook up your model rocket onto a launch pad, your group stands 15 feet back, and you insert the key into the launch controller, you're ready to launch. So, once you launch and press that launch button, an electrical signal is going through all of these wires and traveling up into the engine to ignite the propellant that's located inside the engine. When that propellant is ignited and burns, it is producing a force called thrust, and thrust is what actually launches your rocket up into the air. Once all of the propellant is burned up, the time delay in the rocket allows for your rocket to coast up to apogee, or the peak altitude. And finally, the ejection charge is going to eject the parachute, allowing your rocket to land right back down on the ground so you can launch over again. If you're interested in learning more about how model rockets work, or you feel that you are ready to build your first model rocket, or your 5th, or your 10th, or your 100th model rocket, we have a special offer to give to you today. By using the code at the bottom of our screen, Rocket Fever 2020, you will get 10% off your entire purchase on our website. So feel free to use that code again. Go onto our website and choose your favorite rocket kit and get 10% off your order. This offer does expire on August 20th, so you want to get on our website as soon as possible. We do want to let everyone know that safety is our top priority. So I do highly encourage everyone to check your local and state regulations surrounding the coronavirus and the ability to go out into a public place with a small or a large group. Do make sure that you're practicing social distancing and being really safe. In addition, for locations like Southern Colorado, urban cities, urban settings, or any places that are closer to an airport, there may be further restrictions or regulations around where you can launch model rockets. So we do recommend going to the National Association of Rocketry's website, as you can see below here on the screen. And that website is going to have all the information that you need to understand the regulations in your local area about launching. So we encourage everyone to get a kit and build and launch as safely as possible. For any educators, teachers, superintendents, STEM coordinators that are out there listening, we understand that it has been a huge challenge for you to plan for this upcoming school year with all of the uncertainty around back to school. So we again want to continue to extend this offer to you as well by using the Rocket Fever 2020 10% off discount code so that you can purchase a classroom kit for your classroom. And I do have an example right here to show you. We do sell many of our rocket kits in bulk, in packs of 12, so that you can provide really hands-on learning experiences for your students. So be sure again to check out Rocket Fever 2020 on our website when you're purchasing classroom kits for your students. In addition, though, we do get that it's been virtually impossible to plan this year. So we're really excited to announce the launch of our new series of lesson plans written by teachers for teachers that include different options for virtual learning, hybrid learning, in-classroom learning, or any of the different types of learning that are going to take place this year. All of our lesson plans do connect to the next generation science standards and offer real-world hands-on experiences for your students. If you want to take learning to new heights and use one of our new lesson plans, do email us at educator@estes.com to join our waitlist, and we'll be emailing that lesson plan to you in the coming weeks. Well, that is all I have for everyone here today. I hope that you enjoyed our presentation and learned a little bit more about Estes rockets and how they work. I want to again just say thank you for your attention and participation, and a big thank you to the Columbia Memorial Space Center for putting on this incredible event. Thanks everyone so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the speakers, STEM events, and rocket launches here today. Bye!
Will I know when? All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Columbia Memorial Space Center. My name is Brianna, and this is our Rocket Fever event. So today we will be launching rockets. So a lot of people came, they built their rockets, and then we're going to launch it for them, and they're going to have a blast. Due to COVID, this year's Rocket Fever is only open to participants. So whoever pre-registered for the event, they will be launching their rockets. We hope next year that it will be a little more flexible, a little bit more open, so people can come and do it how we used to and just get the rockets when they get here. In the meantime, we're going to bring to you about 4 hours of live rocket launches with rocket-related videos just to kind of keep it in the theme. You just watched the video by Nicole Byer at Estes Rocket. We want to thank Estes Rocket for their support during Rocket Fever. Very much appreciated. We will be flying their Power Patrol rockets today, which is very exciting. We are almost ready for our first round of launches. While we finish loading the rockets on the launch pad, enjoy this next video by Aerospace Corporation.
3, 2, 1, fire!
Hello, and welcome to Rocket Fever. I'm John Binkley, the Director of Stars at the Aerospace Corporation in El Segundo, California. I'm sorry I couldn't be here in person for today's event at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, but I'm excited to be here virtually and to introduce our Visual Stars Tour at the Aerospace Corporation. We put this video together for you to learn a little bit more about stars. I hope you enjoy it. I look forward to seeing you in person at next year's Rocket Fever.
Welcome to the STARS virtual tour. Launch is a risky business. If it goes wrong and a satellite is lost, the consequences can be costly. A spacecraft can be worth billions of dollars, and sometimes lives are at stake because a warfighter might depend on that satellite for a communication link, an intelligence report, or a weather update. On the day of a launch, Aerospace has a team of experts whose job it is to make sure the launch will be successful. Here in the STARS Mission Control Center, a group of highly skilled analysts monitor every aspect of the rocket, starting hours before the launch. STARS, which stands for Spacelift Telemetry Acquisition and Reporting System, was developed by Aerospace in the mid-1990s. Since 1998, Aerospace has supported every national security launch from STARS. About 20 minutes before each launch, we conduct a poll of our analysts to see if all systems are ready to go. Aerospace also monitors many NASA and commercial launches as well, although we don't provide go, no-go decisions for these launches. Our rockets are launched from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida, or Vandenberg Air Force Base in California, but rather than sending the whole team to the launch site, Aerospace uses STARS in El Segundo, California, to give our analysts real-time telemetry data, as well as timing, voice, and video circuits from the launch site. Each analyst has their specific role to perform and systems to monitor. As many as 80 analysts can support a launch in the STARS room. They check items' pressures, electrical circuits, the time it takes valves to open and close, loads on various parts of the rocket, and more. The tests are done according to a planned schedule, which is reflected in the countdown clock. There is a special room where analysts monitor atmospheric wind speeds using data from weather balloons. There's also a viewing gallery above the control center. Here, visitors can watch the team work on the day of a launch. All of the analysis leads to the culminating moment when the rocket lifts off.
RS-68 engine, and we have liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV rocket.
Another successful launch. Just another day in stars. As you explore stars, make sure to check out the main room where the analysts sit during a launch. You can also see the visitors gallery, the day of launch winds room, and the telemetry data reduction center.
Doors, open your activities, you're all set to go.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we are launching some rockets, people. 4. Oh. I got excited and I think I'm live. 4, 3, 2, 1. It went behind me. It's going to home plate. Heads up. Landed safely right behind me. Do we have one more? One more. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that one went straight up in the air. That was a great launch. Parachutes out. It's coming down for a safe landing. It's coming down for you. We are going to get ready to launch our first set of launches very soon. The first group should be our purple group. So if that's part of you, get ready to see your launches. So we do have a couple sponsors today with us. We have SD Rockets, like I had mentioned before. They are letting us use their Power Patrol rockets today. We also have our financial partners, which are a big help to this Rocket Fever event. Thank you very much for the financial partners. Our range safety and launch officers today for our next launches will be Monica Jackson and David Roy. So they're going to be making sure all of our future launches for the next are going to go great.
Have some lucky wadding.
Ooh, and I get some lucky wadding. We will be launching 40 rockets coming up in the sets of 10. So 4 rounds of 10 rockets will be coming up, and these are all made by participants that were already pre-registered. Ooh. They are currently getting everything ready. They are getting all the wires ready. We just launched about 6 rockets as our intro.
Rocket runners, you can grab a set to start loading them up.
All right, we're going to start loading them up soon. Love a good smell of rocket in the morning.
We should be getting the PA system over to you shortly. So we're working on that right now.
All right, you can see them getting ready. It's a hot day out here already, folks. Luckily, we have lots of water and shade. They are currently going over and getting some of our rockets that we plan on launching, which will be in group purple. Ooh, they're putting the engines in them now. They're inspecting them, making sure they're okay for launch. Very serious rocket launching business going on. There's a nice breeze right here on the baseball fields. Hopefully that'll take some of the rockets in different directions. It's going to be just, we don't know where they're going to go today. We don't even know. All of our rocket launchers have gone out into the desert and practiced this. They are more than ready for this. They got to go out, build their own rockets, and they got to launch them. I'm very jealous. We're ready. We're ready to launch some rockets. We're going. We have a crowd that's showing up. People are getting ready to see their rockets that they previously either made or they made today, this morning. We have our staff putting in the engines and kind of making sure they're safe before we officially launch them. Safety. Safety is key here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. Woo. I see about 10 rockets getting ready to come. Oh no. Wind just showed up. But it feels delightful. Hello.
How can we find out the approximate time when the rockets are going to be shot off?
So it does. Great question. I have questions.
My grandson here,
Does you know what group he is in?
we know what number he is based on this little pink ticket.
Okay, so you look like you are group purple, and you are what, around what? You're coming up very soon.
Okay. So we can't go in the museum yet.
No.
Okay.
Yes, because we are going to be launching group purple first, and it looks like your card is purple to me.
It is. Can you hear her? They're launching purple first, so we're in the first batch.
Okay, so that would be
That's about in a few minutes. We're just waiting for them to get them ready right now.
I didn't see any rockets on the rods, so I didn't know how long it was going to take.
Over here in the shade, okay? Thank you so much for your service.
No problem. We love
We'll just
it.
sit over here in the shade. Okay?
That's great.
All right, you guys are the real rocket men, right?
We got our
And you're a
runners
rocket
ready.
woman.
I'm the rocket woman.
Okay.
Just like Elton John, except I'm a rocket woman. So they are actually getting ready for one of their launches. So they were curious when their time was to launch. And it's going to be actually in this first group. Very exciting. So they're getting put on the sidelines and they're going to watch their rocket launch. Yay. Oh, we have some rockets walking out. They're getting ready. He's holding about 5 rockets, it looks like. All right. 6 rockets. Oh, did you bring me a rocket?
This landed right next to my car.
All right. Folks, we have a rocket. You can see this is what we're working with here. We have our partner, Estes, that had lended us to us. This one is called the Excalibur. So whoever made this one named it the Excalibur. It's a little toasty after just launching. We have our parachute that our rockets will be working with. So this is kind of fun that you guys can see it firsthand. You can see there's a little bit of a wind. I'm going to keep this with me as an example to show you guys later. Very fun. That's one of our staff that they made. The Excalibur.
I'm gonna take a dollar to bring the PA over, okay? Okay, yeah, very good, very good.
I have my example rocket with me that I just showed everyone. All right. They're starting to prepare them. You can see, I don't know if it's rocket number 1. We got rocket number 3 coming in. So what they are launching off of is our rocket launching stations. And we simply just put the rockets on top of it, as you can see, and then we connect it with the wires. And we do have a launching station over in the corner. So we are safely away from the rockets and it is connected. So once we just press our little button, it'll launch the rockets very shortly. You can see him kind of attaching. We're attaching it to the motors. It's a very intricate process. Got to make sure it's connected to the right wires. They're trained in this, very trained. All right. We have some more coming up. More rockets getting loaded. Rocket scientist work at its best. Only here at Rocket Fever. Never thought I'd be a rocket scientist until today. All right. Very excited to see who's going to have the rocket that goes the furthest, goes the highest. Some of them have stickers on it, I can see. They decorated them all different. Ooh. So, fun fact, rockets aren't one solid hunk of metal. If you've ever seen a rocket in space on cartoons or even in TV shows, you'll notice how it kind of breaks apart, which I can show you guys again. You can see it breaks apart in different components. I don't want to break apart this one, but it does. So essentially, when a rocket breaks off into sections during flight, the first stage of a rocket launch is ignition. So it will ignite. We will get to see that. And then from takeoff, the burning rocket exhaust will push the rocket forward. And once the fuel runs out, the section will break off. And from there is the second stage for the fuel reserve, which is then used until the payload reaches orbit. So on a normal space flight, that is how that will work. Ours aren't going to go all the way to space, unfortunately.
Your equipment has arrived.
Yes. Fabulous. Thank you. Oh, thank you. All right. We are getting ready.
Are you guys recording sound on those cameras?
No. Just sound from me. I've just been equipped with our flight cards. Means business. We're getting ready.
I'm gonna ask these girls where they're planning on running.
They're going to run everywhere to catch these rockets. What do you mean? Hello.
Hi. So there's a reporter. Oh, thank you. There's a reporter from ABC who's going to probably come out hopefully by around 11, like when the first rockets are going to go.
Copy.
But just let him, he's probably going to set up somewhere around here.
Okay.
But, you tell him where it's safe.
Okay. Yeah.
Or somebody tell him where it's safe. Don't worry about, he's totally chill and he'll do what we need.
Copy that. They're coming over here?
Yeah, he's going to come over.
We have ABC 7.
Girls and STEM Club girls first.
Woo! I am launching our rockets live for the public.
Oh my God.
Everyone's like, "Who's here?" I was like, "Oh my god, no one could ever meet."
I know, right? Just a fun fact, I don't work here anymore, friends, but I used to for years. So they just kind of brought me back to hang out, join the fun. I love launching rockets.
Oh yeah. Okay. I just want to say hi to everybody. Just under that massage.
I miss you. I miss everyone here. I love this job so much.
I'm shouting out. Hi, Kevin.
Woo! Hi, Kevin. We have our team member Kevin that's really helping me out here in the behind the scenes.
Yeah,
We can't do this without Kevin. Thank you, Kevin.
I was telling Bria, my plan was just to hit the 1 year mark for my last haircut. And that was
We're all catching up here. Old friends launching rockets for the public. We love everyone.
Just to see. Like, if it was like dead straight hair, I'd probably cut it. But since it's kind of curly, I don't know. I kind of want to see what it's like. Especially because I've gone my whole life not conditioning it. So, I don't know. Make it even better looking. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I gotta go get my fiance, but I want to say hi, everybody. It was so funny because I dropped her off and I was gonna go shopping, but I was like, I'll go say hi to everybody. And then as I'm walking up, and I realized, who's Rocket? Say it again. So it's just plugging into one of those.
I wanna.
I know. Let me just.
I'll be here all day. We're almost ready. We have about 3 rockets ready. It does feel really fabulous right here. I'm not complaining about it. I have the coolest spot in the house.
I know. That's this lovely fan that I
Yeah, this lovely fan that's keeping our technology cool, not me. Yes. And it creates this air conditioning effect into the outdoors that cools me down.
Yeah,
Very fabulous.
So as the day goes on, we're gonna have to like move the table back. But the already seeing the sun start.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to move back into the shade. The sun's coming for me. We have they're doing some last preparations for our rockets. Fun fact, the rocket was invented by the Chinese while using gunpowder. That's actually a very fun fact that I did not know. The first rockets were shaped like arrows and they were not very fast, as you can imagine. So most rockets still work by fire. The fire makes the hot exhaust gases that expand and then shoot out through the back. So this is what makes them go forward. It kind of boom, boom. Very fun, invented by the Chinese while using gunpowder. Love rocket facts.
Oh, Kevin's you just like giving you lines.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Kevin's our number 1 behind the scenes. I already told him.
Kevin's dying, so he's like he's doing his best.
He's giving me all the info. I'm learning about rockets, and even I've worked here for years. There's always things to learn, especially because I like rocks, so I wasn't really focusing on rockets very much. Unless those rockets were going to go get rocks.
Things about to fall on you.
Oh no.
Oh, hold on.
Oh no.
Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Only the best to bring.
Mm-hmm. You're right. The sun is coming my way. I'm gonna have to like retreat. I don't want to be in the sun. Ah.
I see you're like want to run jump.
I do. I really do.
I'll take no worry.
Trying to keep it focused. Rockets. We love rockets. Oh my gosh, it's almost time. I've been waiting for this moment.
I love you, stop. See you, Rick. See you guys soon.
Bye.
Let's make sure to bring that dolly too, so that we can load up these chairs and take them inside. Otherwise, people are going to start pulling on and sitting on them and we'll clean them for us later.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, copy.
I feel like it's almost time to launch some rockets. They're officially assembled. We got our first set of 10. Yeah, we want to make sure they work before we launch them. That's what the scientist work is doing. Our rocket scientist.
Good old rocket.
Oh, I was like, what are you bringing for me? I get a PA system. Ooh. I'm going to be double mic'd.
Double mic? What?
I'm talking here to these lovely people. I'm going to be right here. I am on the stream.
Oh, I don't think I did that.
I'm doing it.
I knew you were going to be live out here.
Here I am.
Professional setup we got here.
I know. I'm over here teaching these lovely people about rockets, how they're made, how we're launching them. You know?
So here is your mic.
Woo! Yes. Is it already? Can I see? I get a mic too, people. It's hot.
Hot mic. Hot mic.
Very official. I like that I get to sit down this whole time. I feel kind of guilty. Everyone else is running and getting these rockets, and that's true. I am volunteering. Love volunteering. Any chance I can here. Love you, people. It's true dedication to Columbia Memorial Space Center.
I just need to breathe.
We're all good. The whole world is vaccinated.
Put that underneath.
Under?
So then I can wire it up here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can get as far as I can get. I'm like, where am I going? Almost like I'm falling. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I guess it would work if it was on. Don't fall. This is dangerous. This is like
Wait,
falling.
why is this not locked in?
I'm telling you. I'm getting
Okay,
collapsed
so we
on.
don't have a good setup here. I take back my professional.
They're trying to hook me up, and now things are falling apart. We might have to move back just because of the sun.
Okay, good luck with all that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this on now.
Okay.
So it might have a hot mic.
It's off. Oh, we're working. We're getting ready to launch some rockets. Let's go. Okay. I have to do my spiel.
I'm gonna work on the volume while you do that.
Okay. Just tell them we're getting ready to launch 1 through 10, but we're not doing it yet. Okay, let me do my spiel. All right. So we are actually ready for our first set of launches. This is very exciting. This is our purple group of flight cards. Our range safety and launch control officers are Monica Jackson, and we have David Roy, so you can thank them. We'll be launching our first set of 10 rockets. So there'll be 4 rounds of 10 rockets. In the event of a misfire, we will be attempting to relaunch those before moving on to the next round. So just in case it doesn't work, we got you guys. I wasn't talking to you guys yet, but I was going to get ready to. Don't worry. So we are getting ready to launch our first group. This is our purple group for you guys that are watching in the audience. Our officers are going to be Monica Jackson, and we have David Roy. Thank them very much. We will be launching 4 rounds of 10 rockets. So this is our first round of 10. In the event of a misfire, we will attempt to relaunch these rockets. So just in case it doesn't work, we will try it again. Up first, are we ready, my rocket launchers? Okay, let's go. Up first, round 1, rod 1, we have owner is Sebastian Toscano, and the rocket's name is These Nuts. Let's go. Woo! That was a straight shot right up into the sky. Parachute is out and it's coming down and it looks right above my head. Right behind me. We have a, there we go. Very nice. Good launch for the first round 1, launch 1. Okay. We ready for launch 2, guys? Let's go. So this rocket owner is Brendan and the rocket's name is Bullet. We are on launch rod number 2. 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a beautiful rocket launch. There we go. Rocket launch is what I said. Rocket launch. I don't even see it. I think it's right above me.
Reason
They got me on this tongue twister. All right. Oh, it landed beautifully right behind me. All right. So this is launch rod number 3. The owner is Sophia, and the name of the rocket is called the Star Shooter. Very appropriate.
This is the main power button back here. I'm assuming you'll just turn it on after that, but just so you're aware. And then the volume for it is the one that says main. It's the burgundy that says main.
Copy.
But it should be at a good level right now.
That was a beautiful launch as well. These are all greatly built rockets, people. You guys are rocket scientists at your finest. None of my rockets are this great. All right. The next rocket will be on launch pad number 4. That is going to be, the owner is Damien, and the rocket's name is Leroy Jenkins. Let's go. Another beautiful launch straight up. It's coming down. I feel like I'm in the dangerous spot because it's coming right down below me. Yeah, I'm protected. I'm protected. All right. We are moving on. Group purple. So the next owner's name is Nathaniel, and this is the Apollo 100. Ooh, that was a good name. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Oh, that had a nice little curve to it. Parachutes out and it's coming down. Oh, the breeze caught it. It's going. Oh, look at it. That was such a good one. I got to actually see that one. All right, we have launch rod number 6. The owner's name is Grace, and the name is the American Express. I love these names. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I didn't think that the parachute was going to come out on that one. It looked like it was going to keep going. Woo! All right. We ready for number 7? Let's go. We have, I believe this name is Kylan, not sure, but the rocket's name is the Rocket Flyer. Good name. 4, 3, 2, 1. That was straight up if I've ever seen it. Okay. Are you guys all secretly rocket scientists? I should have built one and it would have went like all the way over there. All right, we're gonna have our launch rod number 8. It is, I want to say Clover. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names. Very sorry. But the rocket's name is called Water is Wet. Fun fact. You do learn something new every day. Water is wet. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, parachute is out. Oh, it's coming straight down for me. Ah, loved it. All right, we have number 9. This is going to be, I want to say, is it Zyle again? So sorry, but this rocket's name is Airplane. Airplane. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, that one went really high. You guys don't even get to see the cool action over there. Because yeah, I'm watching. It's coming for you, Monica. Dun, da, da, da. Okay. We are in the danger zone. I love it. All right, this is our last rocket for this launch. It is done by Weston and Nora, and this is the Blue Origin 18. 4, 3, 2, 1. Man, all of these are going so high. It's coming back. It's coming for me. It's literally coming right for me. Woo! So we have 10 successful launches. I think that's a pretty good start to Rocket Fever. Let's go. We will get ready for our next 10 very briefly. Woo! I know, I am in the rocket zone, let me tell you. All right. Purple group for the first are done. Now we just need purple group 2, 3, and 4. These are all beautifully done rockets. I'm very impressed with these rockets. These Estes, what were they? The Power Patrol rockets that we're using today. Great rockets. Thank you, Estes. Thank you for our financial partners. Thank you, Columbia Memorial Space Center, for throwing this off. Amazing. This is great. They're currently getting ready for our next 10. We got to get the rockets checked. We got to get them plugged in. He's checking it out very detailed. Ooh. It's getting a little toasty out here. Getting a little toasty. Oi. Oh, fabulous. Fabulous. Mm-hmm. Sure. All right. So we are going to get ready to play a Girls in STEM video. Our Girls in STEM club is pretty amazing. They do a lot of fun things, and this is a video describing what they do and what it is.
Hi, my name is Luna.
And my name is Bianca.
We are members of the Columbia Memorial Space Center's Girls in STEM Club.
And today we're going to be showing you how to build and launch a rocket powered by vinegar and baking soda.
We'll start with making our rockets.
To build your rocket, you will need an empty bottle, a cork or rubber stopper, 3 or 4 sticks or pencils, some strong tape, and some scissors.
First, check and make sure that your cork or stopper fits tightly into the opening of your bottle. If it's a little too small or loose, we can just wrap tape around it to make it fit better.
Second, we're going to be taking our bottle and attaching our sticks to make a base for our rocket to stand on. Take each stick and place it on the outside of the bottle like this, making sure they stick out past the end of the bottle. Try to space them out evenly and tape on the rest. When finished, it should stand like this.
Now it's time to add our vinegar and baking soda to power our rocket.
In order to launch a rocket, you need to provide a force to push the rocket up against the pull of gravity. This force is called thrust.
Rockets traveling into space get their thrust from rocket engines burning huge amounts of fuel.
In our rocket, the thrust is going to be provided by the chemical reaction that takes place when vinegar and baking soda mix.
As you can see in this cup, when you mix the two together, you'll suddenly see a lot of bubbles. These bubbles are made of carbon dioxide gas, one of the products of the reaction taking place between the vinegar and the baking soda. Since this is taking place in an open cup, the gas is free to travel up into the air and away.
However, if this reaction were to take place inside of our sealed bottle, what do you think would happen? Without the gas having a way to escape the bottle, the air pressure is going to build up along with the production of carbon dioxide gas. Eventually, the force of the air pressure is going to push out the cork or rubber stopper of the bottle and send our rocket flying into the air. First, we're going to be adding a cup of vinegar to our bottle rocket.
Second, we're going to prepare our baking soda. Grab a small piece of paper towel and lay it out on the table. And now measure out 1 tablespoon of baking soda and pour it onto the paper towel. Roll or fold it into a little packet to put into your rocket to fuel it. Don't put it in your rocket now though. Only use it when you're ready to launch.
To launch, find a nice open space outside. This is going to get a little messy, so I don't think your parents would want you doing this in the house.
Once you have found your spot, place in the baking soda packet into the bottle, put in the stopper, shake it twice, set it on the ground and run. But you need to do this quickly in order to get clear of the rocket before it launches.
Let's start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one.
Oh my God.
3, 2, 1.
Think we could get our rockets to fly higher or launch faster? We can do so by experimenting with our fuel formulas to find out.
You can try adding different amounts of vinegar or baking soda and record the results.
For one trial, you could keep the amount of vinegar the same at 1 cup, but try adding more baking soda, like 2 tablespoons instead of 1.
For a second trial, you can keep the amount of baking soda the same at 1 tablespoon and add more or less vinegar, like 2 cups or just half a cup.
You can record your results by watching how high or how far your rocket travels, or by measuring the amount of time it takes for your rocket to launch after adding the baking soda each time.
You can let the Space Center know how high you could launch your rocket at Columbia Space on social media. Hope you have a great time building and experimenting with your chemical rockets.
Is it the one that sees 1 or 2?
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I'm live again. Hello, I'm live again. Hello, everyone. We will be getting ready to launch our second set of launches. So this is still the purple group. I'm not sure their names or anything yet, but I will get that information before we start launching. They are already prepped, getting ready. The rocket scientists have checked them, plugged them in, but I don't have the names yet to the rockets. And I need those names because we have some great rocket scientists that built them. We are still doing purple group. This will be 11 through 20, right? Yeah, I can do math, 11 through 20. I don't have my cards. No cards. Can't launch them yet. They're ready to launch and I'm not ready. The announcer, my goodness. The pressure. And I do want to show off, we are launching these kind of rockets. This is the parachute, just so you guys can kind of get a closer view of what's going on. I know they're flying down from the sky onto my head, and you don't get to see that part, but this is what they look like. Woo! We're ready. Purple group, launch group number 2, round 2. We have, all right, let me get the crowd going. Hello, my Rocket Fever fans in the crowd. Are you guys ready for our second set of launches for group purple? We are round 2. These will be rockets 11 through 20. Name is Raymond, and I love the name of this rocket. What's up, Raymond? We have him over here. It is called SS Raymond. Let's go. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. I thought that was going to start heading that way, Raymond. Woo! It's been saved. Our wonderful cameraman, he grabbed it and made it a safe landing. Very nice. All right. So we have our launch rod number 12. This is going to be by David. And the name of the rocket is called, I want to say it's called a Super Snack or Super Shack. I like Super Snack because I'm hungry. 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa, Super Snack going in the air. Okay. Parachute's out. I don't even see it anymore. Where's it going? Right behind me. There's a good wind breeze. It's pulling them all behind me. All right, we are ready for launch number 13. This one is by, I want to say her name is Ayla? I don't know what it says. I have to read this, you guys. Cockadoodle Chicken. I think it says that is the rocket name, Cockadoodle Chicken. Love it. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. Wow, that one was a really great launch. Cockadoodle Chicken, let's go. All right, we have now launch number 14. Is that you over there, friends? All right. So this rocket is called the A Rapid, and it says the name is Ava. Yes, but rocket name A Rapid. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. Wow. I can't even see them. It's going so high. But I'm trusting that it was a great launch. It's still going. I see the shadow. Oh, it's beautiful. That was great. Good job. It was very rapid. It was. All right. We have launch number 15. This is going to be by Eli. Ooh, I like this name. The rocket's name is Space Dog. Space Dog. 3, 2, 1. I can see that one. It's up. I heard it. I heard it. Oh, it's coming towards me. Woo! I did have a late injection a little bit, but it was a good launch. It was a great launch. All right. We have launch number 16. The owner's name is Atreyu, and it says the rocket's name is Atreyu 11. That's a great name. Love it. I know. I'm going to steal that. Here we go. Wow. Wow. I know. I feel so like I can't see any of these launches. They're all just way ahead of me. Beautiful, beautiful launch. We have some rocket scientists joining us today. Launch number 17. This is going to be by Joshua. Oh, love this name, you guys. Rocket name, Dynamo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dynamite just dynamited into the sky. Loved it. Oh, yeah, man. These are great names, you guys. We have launch number 18. This is going to be by Archer, and the rocket's name is the Death Star Dream. Love it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Off it goes. I heard the parachute. It's coming back down. I just like watch everyone around me to see where it's gonna land. It's beautiful. All right, we have number 19. This is gonna be by Dakota. I believe I said that right. Whoa, name of the rocket, Venom Ghost Rider. Yes. These are great. 4, 3, 2, 1. The Venom Ghost Rider. There it was. That lifted up some dirt. We had a little dirt storm coming through from that one. All right. So this is going to be our last launch for this group of 10. It is made by Aurora, and the rocket's name is Buzz Buzz. Buzz Buzz. Buzz Buzz. 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzz, buzz, it went. Oh, and it almost hit an insect. Buzz, buzz, indeed. Oh, I feel like it's right above me. All right, that was our groups 11 through 20 of the purple group. Next will be 21 through 30. I can do math. No problem. That was ABC, friends. Thank them. These SD rockets are living up to their dream. Doing great. Yeah, you can smell the rockets in the air. Woo! Smells fabulous. Love the smell of rocket powder, right? Our range and safety launch officers are doing a great job, Monica and David, making sure they're all getting safely launched. Yep, they're putting them back together too, it looks like. So hopefully everyone gets their rockets put back together. Not sure, but I'm going to assume yes. Are you putting those rockets back together? They are putting them back together, just so they're not a jumbled mess, quote unquote. The parachutes get a little crazy. I will show you guys again. You see all this? It gets a little tangled. So they're just putting them back into the rocket itself. It's getting tangled on my own desk. We have so many fun activities going on right now. We have our girls in STEM. We have people building their own rockets for fun that they're not launching, but they get to build their rockets. They get to build a capsule. We have a lot of fun stuff going on right now. Annual event, Rocket Fever, Columbia Memorial Space Center. Come visit us. Making sure all the wires are safe. They have little buckets on the side that are like organizing the rockets. I'm kind of watching them just to see what they're doing. I'm not a rocket scientist, but I feel like one today. Feel like I should join them. But then my luck, the rocket won't launch. So you know what? It's probably better off for people that I don't. They've all been trained. They all went out to the desert and they did get certified to do this. So they are official. They even built their own rockets, which is pretty impressive. I didn't get to build a rocket. More jealous than anything. I'm jealous of all these fun folks that got to build rockets and get to launch them. Oh my. Here we go. Getting ready. It's happening. Love it. It's going pretty fast. There we go. That's number 21 that she just put on there. Oh, just kidding. Number 23. Come on, Monica. Ooh. You guys are all rocket scientists. I've already told the people. It's very serious business. Ooh, these ones are decorated. We have lots of stickers. That one's blue and black stripes. One of them has red on it. I can't really see from where I'm at. I'm just a spectator like you guys. They're intricately attaching them. You can see the wires. Those wires are necessary for these launches. We do have a little booth right over here next to me, and they have a control panel that they are controlling from the panel, if you can believe it. How about that? They're also getting faster at loading the rockets, I've noticed. Experience. Oh, we will have the next 10 coming up very shortly, and then we'll have our final 10 for the purple group. Now, I'm not sure what our officer is doing, David, over there, but he is using sandpaper to, I don't know, I'm not sure. He's using sandpaper. What are you doing with the sandpaper?
Cleaning the launch rod.
Okay, he's cleaning the launch rod. So it slides a little better. There you go. Thank you. The abrasiveness is cleaning the launch pad, which makes sense. So it has better, just whoop, no friction from the last launch. We want it to be a clean, solid launch every time. They look connected. Like how she gave the stamp of approval. We have Monica giving it the approval. Whoa, we got a little cloud coming in, giving us some shade. Always nice on a good day. I think we're ready to go. I was like, now I'm officially ready to go. Are you ready to go? Oh, I've just still been live.
Okay. Yeah, we'll need to hear from Kevin.
Yeah, launch power's on.
Hear from Kevin before we do the whole.
I've just been going. I never got off.
You never got off?
I never got off. I've been talking to these lovely people. Yep. We're getting ready for our next set of launches. My rocket launchers, are you guys ready? You feeling good? All right, we are getting ready for our third batch of rocket launches. I said that right. I didn't say rocket launch this time. So this is our round 3, and we are starting back at 1. So this is round 3, launch rod number 1. The owner's name is Samuel, and this rocket's name is called the Rocketsaurus. Rocketsaurus, let's go. Not extinct, not extinct. 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw some fire on that Rocketsaurus. Woo! Beautiful launch. It's coming for me. Oh my gosh. I've been hit. That was a great rocket. Rocketsaurus for you. No. Are we okay? I think we're okay. We shall survive. from the Rocketsaurus. Woohoo! This is our launch rod number 2 of round 3. We have the owner's name is Lorenzo, and the rocket's name is Rocket Ship Buddy. It's my buddy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was out of the park. And we are in a ballpark, so out of the park. Coming for me. There it is. Wow, it is literally out of the park. Yes, I predicted that one, guys. Okay. Don't touch the rocket, friends. It could be hot. Don't touch it. It's definitely hot. Not could be, it is. Okay. We have our rocket scientist and launch officer, Monica, going to get it. All right. Are you ready for our launch number 3? This is Rod 3. The owner's name is Ezra, and the rocket's name is Boom. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's very nice. Straight ahead. I heard it. I can always hear wind. There it is. Dun, 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 dun. We have a little bit of wind now, taking it to the side, to my right, if you will. Okay. Owner's name for number 4, rocket 4, we have Mateo, and this is called Dynamo. 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw fire. That was good. Love hearing the parachute. I feel like we found our rocket launch landing zone. All right, this is going to be rocket number 5. It is made by Michael. Ooh, the rocket's name is called the Flying Wonder. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. That one was going very fast. I'm like, did it land? It did. I was like, is it still in the air up there flying? All right, we have launch number 6. I also hear my other noise is going off. We have owner's name is Dylan, and the name of this rocket is Dylan's Doggy Rocket. It's the Doggy Rocket. It's Dylan's. Woo! 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, I thought that was going to keep going. Fabulous. Oh, right there it is. It survived. Dylan, your rocket survived. All right. Woo! This is going to be rocket number 7. It is, I think it's by Sierra. That's the owner's name. And the rocket is called Starship. Starship. We're waiting for the range to clear. It's okay. Take your time. We just make sure you're safe. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I can see that one. Oh, that one started like going down, and then the parachutes came out. They're all trying to go back to their owners. All right, we have rocket number 9. This is made by Elizabeth, and the name of the rocket is called Rosie. Rosie. I thought I said 9, but let's do 8. I skipped 8, my bad. Number 8 is done by Marcus. Ooh, this is the Blue Devil. My bad. 4, 3, 2, 1. Can't even see the Blue Devil. It was so fast. Woo! Getting all that rocket dust in my face. Love it. It lost a nose cone, but it landed. Oh, I see it. There was a little bit of an unattachment. We'll get your pieces, I promise. All right, so now finally rocket number 9. It is made by Elizabeth and it is Rosie. 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't even see Rosie. Where'd she go? Wow. I feel like my view is obstructed. I know, it's for safety. You're right. I have to be safe too. All right, this is our last launch for this grouping. This one is by Joseph, and it is the Super Rocket. Oh, wait. Safety reasonings, we must pause. Dun, da, da, da. Safety officer, are we clear? Okay, we've been cleared. All right, Joseph, this is your Super Rocket. 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a super rocket indeed. Woo! With a nice safe landing too. Wow. All right, we will have one more group of the purple group coming up very shortly. How exciting this is. I'm having so much fun.
We already have one casualty.
We've had one casualty so far. It was coming for me. It saw that I was here. Okay. Look at all these rockets we've gotten to launch already.
Yeah, just so much fun. Like all 40 showed up all at the same time. So I was just looking at the lines over there.
Yeah. Everyone's so pumped to launch their rockets. Yeah. They were ready at 10. And it's what? What time is it? 11:30? Wow, the day is flying. How long is Rocket Fever?
Rocket Fever is until 4 o'clock.
Till 4 o'clock? We're going to be here till 4 o'clock?
Well,
3 o'clock.
I'm going to be here until 5:30.
5:30, yes. Same.
Are we live?
We are live, but that's okay. They can hear us cleaning up.
Yeah.
Because we got to clean up, you know? That's part of the event process. We have fun with you people, and then we clean it up. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be open until 4 o'clock. So this stream will be going until,
Stream is until 4. I will be here. Right here. We have our next group of rocket safety and launch control officers coming out, checking out the scene, see what's going on. We're currently resetting for the participants. It's a serious business. It really is. Here we go. We got 11 through 20 again, but really it's what? 31 through 40. Yay! Last purple group. It's getting a little toasty out here, but we got water, we got shade, we got fun times. That's what we got. Friendship. Friendship. That's what it's all about. I love seeing all the decorations for all these rockets. They're so creative. Even though it's the same rocket made by SCs, everyone is decorating it with their own little flair, and I really like that. Does it make the rocket heavier? Does it make it lighter? Thanks. No. Yes, of course you can get a drink. Apparently now I'm in charge of the water too. Okay. Yes. Even though I'm not part of the safety crew, I also need to be safe. Thank you, SC Rockets, for these awesome rockets. We are using the Power Patrol rockets today, and they are really great. They've stuck together well. They're breaking apart at all the right times. Love it. We're almost ready. He's using the sandpaper again to clean the rod. I'm very intrigued by that. I see a little friction on number 11. Is that design? Is that not enough sandpaper? We don't. The commentary, it's intense over here. Our safety officer, Monica's trying to figure it out. Very intense. As you can tell, I'm into it. I'm into it, people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Everything looks to be almost complete. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We got a whole team of rocket scientists out there. We want to make sure all these rockets launch to their full capabilities. And really what the participants get to do is they get to decorate these rockets, put them together, and then we help them put the engine inside. Just, you know, the materials. We don't want them touching it, but real engines go into these rockets. They are real. They launch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did we just move to spot number 10? So it looks like maybe a rocket design. The girls in STEM are doing an activity where they get to launch rockets using a balloon. I can hear the balloons in the corner going off. I'm like, what is that? It's just girls in STEM having a good time. If you guys are interested, definitely check out Girls in STEM. They do amazing things there. It's a very popular program. I heard my name. I heard it. Oh. We are putting our heads together to try and figure this out. We have one rocket that is choosing to be a little difficult, and that's okay because rocket science isn't always easy right off the bat. When is any science easy right off the bat? Let's be honest. It's the beauty of science. I think we found a spot for our rocket. Is that number 11?
Okay, so number 11 is
Now on 1.
giving us a stink eye, so we're giving it space.
We get it. 11's being a little difficult, but that's okay. We respect that. We just gave it some space, like Officer Monica said. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of space, you know, especially when we're referring to rockets in space. Going through the checks on the control board. I heard a beep. I think that means that things are getting going. I hear buttons that I don't know what they're referring to, but Officer Monica seems confident with this. launch control experts. Woo! Power support just went on. Staying hydrated over there? Staying hydrated? Here we go. We all have to stay a little hydrated. Are we ready?
We're going to do one more continuity check. Make sure the boots are set.
No rush here. We want to make sure everything is safe and it works. It looks like 12 through 20. Really 32 through 40, but 12 through 20 is working. Oh my. Oh my. Generators are turning on. Things are getting ready. Whoa, she has to go through every single one and check it, and it beeps telling her if it's working or not. I was just given the time that we're ready for round 4. Hurry, friends, out of the field. Thank you, David. All right, we are ready to launch our next set of rockets. This is going to be round 4. Our rocket number 11 was choosing to be a little difficult, so we put it on number 1. No worries. So we have rocket number 11 on 1, which was made by Leo, and it is called the Blaster. Very appropriate name. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, that blasted. It really, here we thought it was going to prove difficulty. No way. Beautiful. All right. We have our rocket number 12. This is made by Nicholas, and it is called Built Different. It's built different. We'll see if it's better. 4, 3, 2, 1. That did launch different. It was built different. I could tell. My canopy fell. Safety. Safety.
Never a dull moment at Rocket Fever.
Never a dull moment at Rocket Fever. That's so true. We saw that coming. We knew it was coming. Okay. I think we're as safe as I can be.
It's missing the detail.
It is missing a little button. But we like danger. But not enough to be dangerous out on the field. I can put a pen.
Yeah.
No, but I can find one.
Wow, a pen would work.
A pen would work. Do you have a pen? Yeah. There we go. We have our other safety officer that is saving me now. Now I'm safe. Yes. That, you know, that'll do the job. Fabulous. We're going to wait for our safety launch officer, Diana, to get out of the field. Oh no, walkie down. We are going to be on, oh, we just did 12 because he built a different is what he did. I think we're on 13. Yep, 11, 12. All right, this is going to be rocket number 13. This was made by Sarah, and the rocket's name is Delta. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. That one went really, really high. You couldn't even see, but it went really high. Beautiful launch by Delta. It is in the rocket launching zone. All right, we have rocket number 14. This one is made by Rebecca, and it's called Mocha. Mocha. Makes me want coffee. 2, 1. Wow, Mocha's out of here. These rockets are getting higher. All right. Rocket number 15 was made by Anthony, and this one was called Snake Eyes. Woo! Snake Eyes. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Wow. I heard it. Parachute is out. It's coming down for safety. Where? Where? Oh, right there, right behind us. I'm always worried we're going to lose one of these rockets. It's really going to go into space. All right, we have rocket number 16. This is made by Eric, and it is called Mocha number 2. The sequel, yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mocha number 2 competing with Mocha number 1.
I didn't realize we were live streaming.
Oh, girl, I'm live streaming all day, every day. Here we go. I left up some rocket dirt. For safety reasonings, we are pausing. We take it very serious, okay? Safety. All right, we're on number 17, 18, 19. Yes, we are. All right, rocket number 17 is made by Christian, and it's called Blast Down. Blast Down. I like that. 3, 2, 1. Luckily, it blasted up, but it will come back down. Woo, it came down right here. It wants to hang out with me. All right, we have rocket number 18. This is made by Alex. This one made me giggle. This one's rocket's name is called Chupapi. Chupapi. 4, 3, 2, 1. And off it goes. These are fabulous rockets. They are all working beautifully. All right, we ready for rocket number 19? Wait, you're right. Safety. Safety is key here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. Rocket fever. We're safe. Okay. We have rocket number 19. This one's made by Emma, and then the rocket's name is called Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash. Woo! Four, 3, 2, 1. Pause. Troubles in paradise. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no! Troubles in paradise. We have our rocket officer thinking, what could be the problem? Should we move to 20? Okay, we're gonna go to 20 and then relaunch for number 19, try and figure out the problem. This is real life rocket business in the works. This is how it goes. We have rocket number 20. It is made by Mia, and the rocket's name is Rocket Name. Rocket Name. It's a good rocket name. Safety. Safety dance. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Rocket name went really high up there. All I see are clouds and like the rocket going towards it. It wants to launch again. It's like SpaceX. They're just landing right back where they launched. We are going to try and relaunch number 19, get it going. Technical difficulties are very real in the space world. Always happen. I was surprised we didn't have any until now, you know? Power's on. Turning the rocket on. 19's on. All right, rocket number 19, owner's Emma, rocket Rainbow Dash. Let's see, is this the time? 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Rainbow Dash. Woo! We had separation. I heard the parachute. It's coming back down for landing. I don't see it. Did it land in front already? Very nice. I'm very glad Rainbow Dash was able to go. Thank you, everyone in the purple group. So we are going to reset for our next group. Our next group should be, I don't know the color, but I can find that out for you. It is going to be our green group. So the green rockets will be next. Fabulous. I got all these papers everywhere. Things are blowing away. Okay.
It's not a...
Love this.
ACMS party if we can't get some good old...
Good old times. We're going to be launching rockets again soon. What time is it? Oh, we are just right on time here. Love when Rocket Fever and events go on time.
Are you still live?
I'm always live.
They don't pause you?
I'm always live. Why? Why?
There'd be some... Oh, I think it's Kevin right now, right?
Yes, our main man Kevin.
Doing some flashbacks while we're in between.
He lets me know usually.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll let me know.
All right, well,
The main man
I'm done
Kevin.
Here on the range. I was here for purple, so now I go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank you, Safety and Launch Control Officer Monica and David.
You guys did a great job.
They did a wonderful job.
Okay, let me go get my.
Way to keep us afloat.
Yes, that is very important. So we are on special hours here for the Columbia Memorial Space Center. What are our special hours?
Well, Thursday through Sunday right now is our only opening hours.
Thursday through Sunday opening.
It's different hours on Thursday.
It is
different hours on the weekends.
Different hours.
Oh, well, that's confusing. Let me get the clear up before I...
Yeah, but we will
But
be
we
launching
are-
rockets until 4 o'clock.
Yes, we are launching rockets until 4 o'clock, but we do have special hours for summer, which is exciting. It's happening. It's nice to be open and happy to be back with the public.
So Thursday and Friday, 12 to 6,
Alright.
and then Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 5.
What was that?
Thursday and Friday, 12 to 6.
Thursday and Friday, 12 to 6.
Saturday, Sunday, 10 to 5.
All right, Saturday, Sunday, 10 to 5.
But we are
very
closed
fun.
tomorrow.
We are closed tomorrow. Why are we closed tomorrow? That's a good reason. Yes, because everyone's going to be tired. Yeah, everyone's going to be tired after today. This is a busy day, one of the biggest days of the year for us, really. Let's see.
Oh, because we love our employees.
We do love our employees, and that's why we are going to. All right, we're going to start a video. So as we're resetting for the next group, we are going to enjoy this video from Virgin Orbit with Ben DeCow, which is the executive director of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, and also Matthew Weirman, who is a propulsion engineer at Virgin Orbit. Very cool.
2, 1, 0.
I'm going to introduce Matt Weirman. He's from Virgin Orbit. He is a senior propulsion engineer. So basically, he specializes in getting those rockets into space, all the fiery stuff at the bottom of it. So Virgin Orbit, by the way, also a great friend of the Space Center. They are located just about 7 miles south of us in Long Beach, California. They are actually building rockets as we speak that are going to go into space and sort of push small satellites into space. And Matt's at the top of it. Maybe his work is literally at the bottom of it because it's the propulsion end of the rocket. But he's on top of everything that's going on, all the latest space news, and super excited to welcome him here. So Matt, take it away.
Thanks, Ben. Good to talk to you all today. And in fact, you could say my work is at the bottom because 2 of the components I personally designed are the farthest back parts of the entire rocket. So yeah, I do make up the back of it. Like Ben said, I work at Virgin Orbit down in Long Beach. It's actually a dream job of mine. I grew up in Central Florida, where the last speaker lives right now, and I got to see shuttle launches from my front porch. I was actually there on the beach at Cape Canaveral watching the final space shuttle launch, and I knew from a very early age that I wanted to work in aerospace engineering. So I went to school. I went to Caltech out here in Pasadena, California, got my bachelor's degree, and then I knew that I really enjoyed school, just loved school. So I went and got my master's, my PhD. So that meant that I really just dove very deep in the studies of aerospace engineering, into rocket flight, rocket propulsion, and then into rocket engine design, which is what I get to do every single day at Virgin Orbit. I've designed with the team together at Virgin Orbit of about 700 people, my parts for the engine, and then also I am heavily involved in testing rocket engines. We do a lot of testing on the ground to ensure that once we release our rocket, that it's ready to fly. We don't get to test lots and lots of rockets. We want to make sure everything's understood before we drop it. So we're gonna get right into it. Let's go to after that first slide there. All right, so that's our launch pad. That plane that we call Cosmic Girl, it's very different than the way that we launch other rockets, which is from a launch pad, say out here in California at Vandenberg Air Force Base or at Cape Canaveral Air Force Base in Florida. Those are all based on the ground, launching from almost sea level up to space. We instead carry our rocket aloft on our floating flying launch platform, which is a Boeing 747, and we drop the rocket. That means that we can fly from anywhere in the world and do a launch. We can launch from Mojave, California, from Guam in the South Pacific, from England, from anywhere that has a runway that explores 747, we can launch. All right, let's go on to the next slide. So who we are. So you can see it zoomed in right there. You see our rocket when it's still attached to the plane. And then on the right side, you can see that's from our actual first launch. Back in May, on Memorial Day, we attempted our first launch, which was, it wasn't the full success that we expected it to be. About 3 seconds after ignition, which is the moment you see right here with the fire coming out of the rocket, we actually lost the mission. We had what we appeared to be a liquid oxygen leak inside the rocket. It shut down, and that was the end of our mission for the day. However, we learned a ton, and that's an important thing about being an engineer, recognizing what you can learn not only from success, but also from failure. So since then, that was end of May, we're now in the middle of August. We've learned more of what happened. We learned how we can fix it. We've tested ways that we can fix it, and we already have the best ideas we can put together for how to fix it for our next flight. And we were able to do that entirely without recovering any parts of that rocket that failed. We did it through data by actually understanding the pressure sensors, the temperature sensors, our flow rates, our flight path, all of that great data we were able to process and learn what happened on this, so that the very next day we knew basically what had happened. And then within a couple of weeks, we learned more of what happened, how we could fix it. And now we're gonna go for the end of this year. We're looking to get another rocket flight. Let's go with the next slide. So our rocket, Launcher 1, is meant to launch small satellites, things about the size of your refrigerator. Not the big things that you'd launch on, say, a Falcon 9 or an Atlas V, but small satellites. Many of you are watching this on your phones, your iPads, your computers. Those are more powerful computers than we ever used to go to the moon. So we can launch things like GPS satellites, space-based internet, Earth orbit imaging satellites, ways that we can better understand our planet and improve communication between all people. At Virgin Orbit, our big slogan is that we boost imagination and that space is for everyone. We want everyone to be able to have access to space. Let's go to the next slide. So that's our Launcher 1 rocket right there. If you want to look all the way to the bottom left, you can see a bit of the engine nozzle skirt for the engine that we call the Newton 3. That's actually the part that I get to work on, is that big boost stage engine, the very first stage engine. It flies for about 3 minutes and then it falls off because it's all empty, it's used up. And then the second stage flies for about 6 minutes and then we've delivered that satellite to orbit. It's expendable, which means we use it up. It's one-time use. It uses LOX RP. LOX is a shortened way of saying liquid oxygen because, of course, there's no air in space. So we have to bring our own oxidizer for the fire with us. And RP, which stands for rocket propellant, which is kerosene. It's sort of like the stuff you'd put in a gas-burning car. It's about 70 feet long, which is not the largest rocket in the world, but we're looking for responsive launch, small satellite launch. And that's just the right size for that. Let's go to the next slide. Here's another look at all the things that go in. I'm just a propulsion engineer. If you look in the top right there, you can see a Newton 3 hot fire test. That beautiful fire flowing out of the engine, but that's only one small part of it. We also have GNC and avionics. That's guidance, navigation, control, and avionics. Those are our computers. That's how we control where the rocket goes, where it points, where it steers, how it interprets the data that it's generating itself. The whole big white thing that's covered in, that's a structure built of composite materials. It's sprayed on with a foam to insulate the propellants that we have inside. And there's our factory. You can see in the middle, in the picture, that little bubble there. That's our factory in Long Beach. We build it all there. There's about 700 people that work in Long Beach and Mojave together, where we have our test site. And every one of us is necessary for getting our rockets from the ground to space. People that sell it, people that build it, people that design it, the people that test it, people that check it out. There's people from all sorts of backgrounds, PhDs like me, people that have bachelor's degrees, people that have technical backgrounds, like welders and builders. We need all sorts of people to be able to launch things into space, and everyone can be a part of it. That's pretty much everything I have to say about Virgin Orbit right now for you all. It's an exciting place. It's definitely my dream job. I dreamed of doing this since I was a little kid. So it's exciting that I get to go to work every single day to enable greater access for people to space.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much. And that's great. I'm glad that you talked about how you've been inspired to do this since you were a little kid, because we actually have a couple of questions from kids out there. So Barbara Snyder, who I'm assuming is speaking for someone, because the question is, we have an eager young learner with an intense draw to the unknown. Any resources you would suggest for young kids to focus on to support their natural curiosity of aerospace engineering? I want to meet this kid, by the way, who has a natural curiosity for aerospace engineering. That's very specific. It's great.
Oh, I love it. And I find kids have a great natural curiosity for everything because they just want to learn. And that's a beautiful spark. I'd say one of the best things is this is almost cliche, but your local public library. There's so many books there. I remember when I first fell in love with space, I read every single book that I could possibly read in the library on space exploration, including one that I found that was about the moon's geography, published in 1965, before we had any real pictures of the moon, and it had mountains on the moon, which the moon doesn't have mountains. So that was really hilarious looking back. There's also just look for opportunities to see and touch things in space. I'm a rocket scientist. I love talking about it. It's really easy to find people that work in aerospace that want to talk about it and share their own experiences. I had the blessing of, when I was a kid, of living near where aerospace engineering was taking place. I could literally look out the front window of my house during a space shuttle launch and see it. When the space shuttle came to land, I could hear that sonic boom.
Oh, jeez.
And it was just one of the coolest things in the world. My dog hated it. It was just really great to be there and be a part of it. And get to go to places like Kennedy Space Center or like here locally at the Columbia Space Center. I did a Challenger experience when I was a kid, like you all have. Right. And that to me is just one of the coolest things I ever did when I was a kid.
That's right.
Even when I sit on console now for rocket test operations and for engine tests, like I still think back to that first time I was sitting on a console, like playing pretend, but practicing the things that I do now.
Sure. Oh, that's super cool. And I'm glad you said that. Thanks for plugging the Space Center. I think that for kids in Southern California, there's a hotbed of rockets here. There's, Caltech is, spilling out engineers all the time. Florida is a big hotbed of rocketry, but, we probably have viewers right now from all over the place. I think, everybody's got a library. There might be some really enthusiastic teacher in town that you can kind of talk to about this stuff. But also, now, especially now that you can't visit like the Space Center or the Kennedy Space Center or something like that, these kind of online connections are out there. Is there any place that you go or that any sort of websites or anything like that you can say that, hey, public, if you're really interested in space, this is what you should be checking out?
Yes, I follow sites, of course, like nasa.gov. That's NASA's like front page of the work that they're all doing. And there's great information there for the general audience, for adults, and even great projects for kids. Another one of my favorites is Spaceflightnow.com. They have a long list of all the rocket launches that are coming up over the next year. And I definitely remember the day when Launcher 1 first appeared on that. And that was a really exciting thing. It's like, oh my gosh, we're on Spaceflight now.
Sure.
And they'll usually have a like step-by-step, like blow by blow of what's going on leading up to a rocket launch. So you can see all the people involved, all the steps that take place. And everyone watching those, the Estes model rocket launches, that's pretty simple. You load in the engine, you put the igniter in, you plug it, you put it on, you launch it. There's more to it. Everyone be safe. Yeah. But that's a pretty simple step that takes about 2 or 3 minutes to all set up. Our procedure for our first launch was about 72 hours.
Whoa.
Printed from beginning to end. And that's because it takes all those steps to make sure everything is done completely and done right, and most importantly, done safely. If you're all looking for an activity to do that involves space, if you don't have like being near a space center or a space museum, is to build a model rocket. You get to do everything that we engineers and like technicians all get to do all on your own. Doing those sorts of experiments. See what makes it go high, what makes it stay in air long. Those are all the things that I did when I was a kid. There was even one that had a camera in it, and I thought that was awesome. They definitely advanced. When I was a kid, the camera actually had assembled part by part, and now it's just a small digital camera that sits inside the. So there's all sorts of cool projects that are available to you to play a part in space.
That's pretty cool. And hey, actually these questions are coming. So by the way, thank you for mentioning that you can get your hands on rockets. So all the Estes rockets that we're launching today, those are available online at the Estes website. So the question that I asked you before about, what resources are out there, this is actually a 5-year-old girl who's asking these questions, and it looks like
that's awesome.
She lives in Long Beach, so she's wondering if she could visit sometime. But her exact question is, how many hours and days does it take to assemble a rocket engine?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. Okay, I'm going to go with visiting Virgin Orbit first. We've partnered with local schools, colleges, and trade schools to get lots of people, including the Columbia Center, to bring students of all ages and technical backgrounds in to visit our factory. We want us to be open. That's something that I even started and I really champion, because I don't want aerospace engineering to be this thing that's like, oh, I'm not good enough for that. Oh, other people do that. Right. Everyone can have a part in it. And part of it is getting to see it happen with people that you know. And being in Long Beach, you can drive the north side of Long Beach Airport and see the Virgin Orbit like logo right there on the building. We're not doing tours right now because of COVID concerns. But my hope is that when things get better, we will resume those tours to get more people inside to see what we're doing. The next question was, how long does it take? Takes a long time. We're always trying to do it in less time. You know, we're a business, so obviously getting launches out, launches done, that's what our customers pay for. They don't pay for us to necessarily like open space for everyone and build rockets. They want their satellite in space.
Sure.
Just like you pay the postal service to mail your mail and mail your packages where you want them to go. That is what you care about. So for us, putting together a rocket engine takes probably about 2 months.
Okay.
Like plus or minus a month. We're always trying to figure out ways, how do we do this faster? How do we do it more efficiently while not sacrificing the quality of our builds? We're also, it's not just the build, it's also the testing part. And as a responsible engineer for testing, which is what I do, I pay a lot of attention to, okay, how can we make this procedure go faster? How can we improve this step? How can we better anticipate things that are going to fail so we have a spare part on hand and we're prepared for that, rather than say, hey, we need to spare, okay, let's get it from Long Beach. Well, that's 2 hours away, and it might be late, so the crew might not be in to hand the part. But those are all things that we think of logistically to make sure things are ready when we need to test them, and that we also are ready to learn from the data what we need to do next.
Cool.
There's always, we're looking to take it from being a long process to being a shorter process.
That's cool.
I'd love someday like an assembly line of rocket manufacture.
I do have to say,
and to actually build off of that, another thing that we're doing is using new technologies, not just being smarter about building things, but we have a building robust 3D printing like capability where we are taking parts of like components of an engine that would normally be about 10 or 12 parts and tons of fasteners and seals and making it one single 3D printed part that takes hours to manufacture instead of days of manufacture, assembly, testing, leak checking. It's all one part. Those are all ways that we are improving our process by being smarter and trying new things. Rocket engines honestly really aren't that different than what was built about 70 years ago. And only now with these new manufacturing technologies and new physical understandings are we making them different than that. And that is what will propel us into the future.
That's cool. That's cool. Well, that's the question for 5. I have a super quick question because we're going to have to get to some more rocket launches, but this is a social media handle called I Love Cupcakes, which I had to say on air. Actually, this person is saying, this is so cool. I was wondering how many times you test a rocket before you launch it.
It's a good question. Well, it's really hard to, because we have an airdrop, it's really hard to, drop the rocket and then reel it back into the plane. We don't yet have that capability. So we're kind of like, we're committed once we drop the rocket.
Sure.
But as far as testing goes, we'll generally test an engine anywhere between 2 and 5 times to dial it in, to check its performance. But then we're doing tests all along the way when we bring it back to the factory, when we integrate it with the rocket, when we put the 2 stages of the rocket together, when we ship the rocket up to Mojave. There's tests all along the way. And those are the ways that we build our understanding of a vehicle before we drop it. Because like I said, once we've dropped it, we're committed.
It's gone.
The goal all along the way is to build understanding and to improve safety.
That's awesome. Awesome. Well, hey, thanks, Matt. It's been great. It's great to see you again in this COVID time, even though it's virtual. And thanks again, not only to you, but also to Virgin Orbit for maintaining Southern California's rocket supremacy out there. But yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks.
Welcome back. We are getting ready to launch our next set of launches. We are getting ready for our green set of launches. But while they're still getting ready, they're not quite ready for me yet. So let's watch a video. We have one of our workers here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. His name is Jared. He is awesome. He is doing a canister rocket with some anti-acid tablets. So if you guys wanted to try this at home with water, this is great for you. Dun, dun. Until then, I'll be dancing. Because they're getting them ready. They're setting them up. It's very intense.
Well, hello, spooky science viewers, and welcome to the spacecraft at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. My name is Jared. I'm one of the people that work here at the center, and I'm going to be doing 3 experiments for you today. I've got one that you actually can do at home, a second one that you really shouldn't do at home, and a third one that under no circumstances should you ever do, and that's exactly why I'm going to go ahead and do it. Now, before we officially get started with our science show-off that we've got going on, we've got to exercise some safety. Now, that means that there are certain things that you can and cannot do. And one of those is that you really can't have things that are like hanging on your wrists or other stuff. So all this, I got to get rid of all of this. So I'm going to be taking it all off, putting it somewhere that I remember where it's at. That way, when I'm done with the experiments, I can come back to it, and I can pick it up and take it home if I remember. And we don't want it because we don't want to like snag onto something. We don't want to accidentally bump into things. We don't want to maybe cause it to catch on fire, which may be bad. So go ahead and put this down here. Now, another thing, because we're going to be playing with stuff that's going to be flying all over the place and chemicals and fire, I want to make sure that my eyes are going to be okay. That's a very important thing, right? I really enjoy seeing stuff. So I'm going to get rid of my glasses here, and I'm going to go ahead and put these safety glasses on. Looks pretty good, right? It's pretty Gucci with me, right? Does that look good? You think it looks good? I think it looks good. So that's what we got. So this is going to protect my eyes. Now, I got to make sure that I don't splash any chemicals on myself, right? That's pretty important. I don't want to stain my shirt, or I don't want to burn the skin on my arms. So I'm going to put on a lab coat. And I got this lab coat right here from my boss, who said, that's a little too small. I don't think I could even fit an arm in there. So I'm going to get rid of that. And hey, could you pass me that lab coat right there? Could you? Thank you. Thank you so much. So you got a good arm, you know? Have you ever thought about like going into baseball? So yeah, okay, that's good. So, all right. So in putting on my lab coat, I am now officially ready to perform science. How about you? You officially ready? Okay, sounds good. Yeah. So like I said, we're going to be playing with some little itty-bitty rockets in our first experiment here. Now, rockets are big machines. They're very loud, they're very powerful, and there's a lot of fire and explosions involved with rockets. So you have to be pretty careful when working with them. And we actually have some model rockets, some high-power rockets that folks who work here have built and gone out and gotten their licenses for certification to fly these with. And rockets, they use fuel and oxidizer to generate the energy they need to get to space. In this case, this is the motor of this particular rocket right here. But I'm not going to be using this motor here today. No, 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 no. That would be a very bad idea. It would get very hot in here, and people would get very hurt. So instead, I'm going to be using these. What are these? What could those possibly be? Well, they are film canisters. And if you don't know what a film canister is, ask your parents. Inside of the film canisters, we have water. Yeah, just regular plain old water, right? Yeah. Now, what does water have to do with anything? Well, we've got to add an extra element into it in order to help our rockets fly. The way rockets work is that you add fuel and oxidizer together. So your fuel is something that burns, and your oxidizer is something that makes it burn even more efficiently, faster and hotter. And it flies out the back of the rocket at very high speed, and it pushes the rocket forward. And that's very, very important. Now, we can't use oxidizers here because that's bad. So for our artificial oxidizer, we have Alka-Seltzer tablets. And these will do what fuel and oxidizer does in a rocket engine, where it generates pressure. And then you aim that pressure in the correct direction, and you have yourself a functional rocket engine. And the way that we're going to be doing this here is that I'm going to add an Alka-Seltzer tablet to the inside of the film canister where the water is, pop it on, flip it over, stand back, and watch my rocket fly. Now, usually we don't do this indoors, so I don't recommend doing it indoors, but we are on board of a spacecraft, so we can kind of do whatever we want, right? So that's how I feel about it, all right? So let's go ahead and get our first rocket ready to fly here. Is everybody ready for this? All right, we're going to start the countdown at 5. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alka-Seltzer in, flip it over. Now let's hang tight, see when it goes. Come on. Come on, you got to pop. Oh! Woo! Look at that. There it went. Wasn't that cool? Holy smokes, that actually flew pretty darn far, I gotta say. And, ooh, it's all tingly. So, very, very nice. All right, so, you wanna see one up close? Like, let's take a close look at one of these here. All right. So, there's our film canister. I'm gonna add a fresh tablet in there, and we're gonna watch it very, very closely. All right, everybody ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that one's bubbling real fast. Come on, come on, come on. Get it, get it, yeah! Woo, wow, look at that one. That one went pretty darn high. I think it's still up in the ceiling there somewhere. All right, now, I want to do an experiment inside of an experiment. The way science works is that we ask questions. Why is the Earth round? Because it is. It is. And a bunch of other questions as well. So, when you ask a question, you're generating something called a hypothesis. And then you go do an experiment to see whether your hypothesis is true or not, whether it is correct or if it's wrong. And either way, even if it's correct, even if it's wrong, it is a result. And that's very, very important in science, which is that results get generated. So, I've got 2 different film canister rockets here. One has a little bit of water. One has a lot of water, way more than our other 2 rockets had. Which one do you think is going to fly the furthest? Which one? Because I think it's going to be our little rocket right there with the little amount of water. I think if you have too much water, it's going to be too heavy and it's not going to fly as far as a little itty-bitty amount of water will. Now, that's my hypothesis. Our less water rocket will go further than our more water rocket. All right? All right. So now we got to test our hypothesis because that's how this works. So we're going to start with our less water rocket, very small amount of water inside of there. And we're going to get our little Alka-Seltzer tablets out here as I show off my amazing strength in getting this open. All right. Everybody ready? Everybody set? Okay, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Flip that over. Come on back. And we're going to wait a little bit. And we're going to wait a little bit. And how about we... Oh, holy smokes! Wow, that went really fast. Wow, you should definitely not do this indoors. Wow, holy moly, that was something else, let me tell you. All right, let's see what a lot of water is going to do. I'm just going to say, I don't think this is going to be flying as high or as fast as that did. Wow, that took off like a rocket. So, all right, everybody ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. And there we go. And is it going to go? Eventually, we'll see what happens. It's going to pop a little. Oh, look at that. It didn't go as high. So my hypothesis was that the rocket with a small amount of water would fly higher, faster, and farther than the rocket with a large amount of water. And my hypothesis was correct. So in my experiment, I proved my hypothesis. Awesome. Now, we're going to go outside. So go ahead and follow me into our spacecraft's airlock here, because we've got some chemicals we're going to go play with. It's going to involve some toothpaste, but not toothpaste for humans. No, come on in, and we'll go take a look at this.
I am live. We are back. Hello, everyone. We are ready for our next set of launches. Before I put it into the microphone, I want to talk to you guys personally. We have our new range safety officers with us. We have Laura. I'm not talking to them yet. I'm talking to the people. But we got Laura and Jessica. Let me talk to the crowd. All right. Are you guys ready for our next set of launches? It sounds like I'm not talking to them yet. All right. We are ready for our next set of launches. We are officially moving on to our green set of rockets. So if you are a green rocket, we are ready for you. We have our new range safety and launch control officers. We have Laura and Jessica over here. They are trained for safety and launch control. Just like I said, they're ready. They're going to handle this. We will be launching 4 rounds of 10, just like before. In case of a misfire, we will attempt to relaunch it. And before we move on to the next one, if not, we will move on to it again just to double check like we did. All right, are we ready, my launch control officers? Let's get going, friends. All right, for round one, rocket number one, we have owner's name, Ryota, and the name of the rocket is called the Puppy Launcher. No puppies were harmed. 2, 1. Wow. Those puppies were launched. It sounded like it was good. I heard it. I can't see it, but I hear it. There it was. We had a safe landing. The parachute worked. Fabulous. All right. We have rocket number 2 on its way. This one's owner's name is Kingston, and the rocket name is called Power Blast. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that was a good one. I heard the crowd go, oh. I feel it's right above me. It wanted to go back to where it launched. What a good engineering that was. All right, rocket number 3, we have Isabella, and the rocket's name is Asteroid. So in 4, 3, 2, 1. Dang, these are great rockets. I'm so impressed. I see it's right above me. I don't see the shadow yet. Did it go into space? There it is. So far, that's gone the furthest. Astro B winning. All right, we have rocket number 4 on its way. This one was made by Bennett, and it is Bettini 15. I like that. 3, 2, 1. The Bettini 15 sounds like it had a successful launch. Coming down. Fabulous. There it was. I'm going to take that name, maybe name a pet, Bettini. I like it. Okay. We have rocket number 5. This was made by Anderson, and it was named IDK for I don't know. 4, 3, 2, 1. The I don't know rocket, did it know? I hear it, I see it. Beautiful launch, beautiful launch. IDK for the win. All right, this is gonna be rocket number 6. This was made by Clementine, and the rocket's name is the Impossible. So 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw some fire. It did the impossible. Oh, it almost landed perfectly upright too. Expected from the impossible. All right, we are ready for rocket number 7 of the green group, round 1. Owner's name is Nathaniel, and the rocket name is called Rocket Blaster. 4, 3, 2, 1. It blasted. That rocket blaster is true to name. Woo! That was like the most gentle landing of all of them. Good design, Nathaniel. All right, we have rocket number 8. This one was made by Matthew, and the rocket's name is called Turbo. Let's see if it has some turbo. Safety first. 4, 3, 2, 1. I feel like it had some turbo in it. They probably put an extra engine in there for some turbo action. We have a rocket graveyard right in front of me. All right, we have rocket number 9. This was made by Aiden, and it is called the Red Rocket. True to name, it's decorated red. And 4, 3, 2, 1. The red rocket's off. I hear it. I don't see it yet. The wind took it out of the park. Don't touch it. It might be hot. That was an excellent flight for the red rocket. Literally went out of the park. I know. Can we predict the weather? I'm not complaining. The wind feels great. It's perfect for rockets. Are we ready for our last one? Let's go. This is rocket number 10. This was made by Vincent, and it is called the Asteroid. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's going behind me. Oh, crash landing into our canopy. That one was fun. Did it survive? Did we survive? My safety officer says it's all good. We will be back for the next round of rocket launches in a couple moments. That was fun. It hit our canopy. You guys couldn't see, but it crashed into our canopy. We've had one crash landing. Now 2 crash landings. One into my computer. No humans or rockets were wounded during this filming. Now they all get to keep their rockets. They did build these rockets, so they do get to keep their rockets, which is nice. I would hate for them to launch them and be like, I'm going to keep them forever. No way. This was your design. You get to keep it, brag about how great it went. You're the rocket master here. Oh. Our safety officers are getting ready for the next batch. It's going to be 11 through 20 because we are doing 40 rockets for the green group. As they're getting ready, I would love to talk about the volunteer program. I actually am taking part of the volunteer program right now. I am volunteering. I am a previous employee, but I love it so much here that I come back to volunteer. And I really encourage that anyone over the age of 16 to come and join our volunteer program. You get to help with events like this, Rocket Fever. You get to join in all the fun activities that we get to do here. You could help us build some things which we like. You can build your own resume, which I think is really important. You get service hours, community work, anything you want to really use it for. We're happy to have any help in all of the fun ways possible. So if you are inquiring about that, you can see our website and check out the application for volunteering. I know I did, and that's why I'm still here. We are a big family. We love all the help and all the volunteers and all the workers we can get. We love everyone. We have safety control officer Laura carefully setting up over there. Expertly designed rockets. I can't see the exact designs, but I can see that they have been decorated. Will that change the effect of their flight? Weight does affect the rocket. So if more decorations are on there, will that make it heavier? Or is it so light it won't matter? And that's what science is all about. Oh yeah. So they're out there putting the engines in for our next round. They just put the parachutes in the ones that we collected. So now we can give them back to the rightful owners, completed, because they don't want a rocket that's together. Oh no, they took my rocket. I had a rocket over here for you fine people to see. Do you have a broken up rocket by any chance? I had one. Where did it go? It was called the Excalibur. It was the Excalibur. Oh, is it put back together? Darn it. I was showing people the, can I take it apart? Do I want to what? Oh yeah, give me the motor. Hey, I can show you guys. I'm scared to take this apart. This was someone's creation. Aha! I took the top off. As you can see, we have it very nicely rolled up that I just destroyed. Very sorry, friends. But I think it's fun that you guys can see what they're blasting off. So this is an Estes rocket that we are using today. This is named the Excalibur. What do we got? Ooh. This is what we are making these beautiful rockets launch. This is pretty cool. So this is what we put in the rockets, and we put them down there for them. And then we have the igniter, which is very small. I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is part of the process. And then the plug. So this, once everything's in, it'll keep it in, make it safe. We don't need our engines coming out of our rockets. We need those to stay because, you know, we need that to launch our rocket. Wonder if I can put this all back in nicely into the Excalibur. Just roll it on up for everyone at home that wants to get their own rockets. Very easy. If I can do it, you can definitely do it, I promise. I am not a rocket scientist. I am a rock scientist, but not a rocket scientist. Making jokes live on the air. Safety officers are being very serious, you can see. And there you go. My rocket is back together, just without its engine. How do I put it in? It's a great question. Oh, I see. It untwists at the bottom, and then I put this puppy in. How fun. They are real. We're not just shooting off plastic. Real rockets with engines. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I got my next batch. This is so tiny, and this does so much work for the ignition. All rockets look to be assembled and are almost ready. So I want to say, just out of observation, this is what they are connecting the wires to. That seems to make sense. Now that I have all the components of this rocket. Is this what you're connecting the wires to? I was right. Yes. Yeah. Beautiful. This little thing does wonders for the rockets. We need it. So next year, if you guys wanted to partake in this, definitely we do this every year. Hopefully next year we will be able to, you know, not have you pre-registered, just be able to come in like usual and get a rocket. But this year it was pre-registered. So all of these were already pre-registered by people. So they knew they were getting a rocket today. But most of the time during a non-COVID year, you are able to just show up and hopefully get a rocket if you're here early enough. If you show up at the end of the day, there might not be a rocket anymore. We are shooting rockets till about probably 3 or 4 this afternoon. If you wanted to stop by and watch, or just keep watching here, great, watch from home. Put some AC on, sit on the couch, watch us launch some rockets. Oi. Very intricately connecting all of them. We have our social media human here. He's making sure that, you know, this is all covered for not just you people, but for everyone. This is by far one of our favorite events that we get to do for the public. We know how much everyone loves a good rocket launch, even myself. That's why I'm here again, volunteering. My control officer, Laura, she is putting clothespins actually on the launch pads, and it's elevating the rockets a little bit. What is she doing? Why? I don't know, but I'm going to ask her. Now, why did you elevate those with your clothespin? Yeah. Stabilization. How about that? Every good rocket needs a good stabilization. They're turning on everything, getting ready. So much action going on next to me. I'm just trying to get bits and pieces to stay informed. They just look at me and say, it's time. And I'm like, okay, let's go. Checking to see if their launch pad is going to work. I hear nothing but success coming from the left of me. I heard them say, all right. I think that means we're a go. Okay, we're getting ready. Woo, woo, woo. We're getting ready for our next batch after this. Our rocket builders are pretty quick right now, getting things going. Good old rocket scientists, right? Are we ready? I think we're ready. Oh, we're not ready. We're not ready. He's in the safety zone. We have safety control officer Jessica that is controlling the board right now. I'm waiting for him to get out of my safety zone. One of our rocket catchers are walking back to get more rockets. God bless his heart. All right. All right, everyone. I think we are ready for our second round of the green group of rockets. So we will be starting with rocket number 11. This one was made by Cameron, and the rocket name is called Saturn 3000. So hopefully it goes to Saturn. Ready? 1, go. I heard it. I don't see it above me. I see them all looking up. The wind again. Oh no, in a tree. We can get that. We're gonna figure out a way to get your Saturn 3000. Don't you worry. Nature is keeping it safe. All right. We have rocket number 12 coming up. This one is made by Colin, and the rocket name is called M&M's. All right. 2, 1. It's launched. I heard it. It's separated. Sounds like it was successful. I see the shadow. Coming your way. Where'd it go? Over there? Oh, no. Now it's in traffic. Sounds like we're going to be on street patrol to get these rockets. All right, 1 second while we kind of change things. What are we changing? I'm not sure. They just said, hold on for a sec. I'm holding. I think the wind is causing everything to go into the street, and we don't want our rockets to get hit by cars, stuck in trees. We want to make sure everyone gets their rockets. I hear girls in STEM over there. They're making balloon rockets, and I can hear them as they blow up the balloon and the balloon launches. sounds like farting noise. Every kid loves a good rocket that's launching due to farting noises.
Well, right now the wind's calmed a bit.
I think we're ready. Are we ready? We're trying to fight weather, but it doesn't work exactly how we want it to always. Weather has its own mind. Okay, we are on number 13, correct? Yes, we are. We are on rocket number 13. This was made by Presley, and the rocket name is called the PNP-3. Ready? You're good, girl. Can you start at 5 so I know you're 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, PNP-3. I know, I can hear it's coming down behind me. I see it. What a fabulous launch that was. Beautiful launch for the PNP-3. All right, we have rocket number 14. This one was made by Abram. And oh my, I don't know if I can pronounce that. The Nebuchadnezzar? The Nebuchadnezzar? Sorry if I pronounced your rocket's name. The Nebuchadnezzar. I think it's the Nebuchadnezzar. All right, are we ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a beautiful launch. Oh, I heard it separate, parachutes out. I kind of like that I can't see it. It's all a surprise. Like what's happening above my head? Did it launch? That was it. Beautiful. All right, we have rocket number 15. This one was made by Mia, and it is called the Speed Rocket. Let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1. So far, there is 0 speed, 0 velocity. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just kidding. We're going to move on to the next one, and then we will try it again, see if there's any problems that we can discover. All right, Speed Rocket, tricking us. That's what it was. All right, so we're going to go for rocket number 16. This one was made by Ileana, and then the rocket's name is called Galactic. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Galactic sounded successful. I don't see it. It's in the parking lot. That's very galactic of Galactic. I know. So far, that I think was the furthest one. Woo! All right. We are getting ready for rocket number 17. This was made by Madison, and the rocket's name is called Beauty. 2, 1. Misfire. Didn't happen. Beauty for the pause. All right, we're gonna move on to rocket number 19. Am I right? No, 18. We're gonna try it again. My safety humans. Walking in the middle of my launches. I'm kidding. It's okay. We wait for safety. They look pretty safe. I know, right? It's okay. Where was my Beauty? Oh, Beauty was number 17. I'm on number 18. Okay. Are we ready for 18? 18, 19, 20. Don't you cut through me. You can go either way. They don't mind. They love seeing all you lovely people on here.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Davis says hi, Mom. All right, are we ready for rocket number 18? Let's go. This was made by Isaac, and it is called the Brew Rocket. Brew. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no. Doesn't sound like it's a rocket thing. It sounds like it's an us thing. Yeah, I was like, all right, I'm going to put number Brew Rocket to the side, just like Beauty. And also the, what was it? Speed Rocket. Let's try number 19. This one was made by Isabella, and the rocket's name is called Bingo. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bingo. Nice. It was waiting for that moment. Where? Yeah, the parachute did not deploy. It came down hot. But it's okay. It survived the crash. You can see in the corner there getting our other rocket down in the tree, like firefighters do with cats. Are you guys ready for number 20? Let's go. The owner of this number, rocket number 20, is Ivan, and the name of the rocket is called Rocket Ship. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, Rocket Ship. What? All right, we're going to check these out briefly, and then we will get back, and hopefully they launch. An update. We have 4 rockets that did not launch. 4 rockets. We got Rocket Ship, Brew Rocket, Beauty, and the Speed Rocket. All are brilliant designs. There's nothing wrong with the design. We think maybe it's our launching pad. There's a lot of wires, a lot of communications, a lot of technology. You just never know. Typical of a rocket launch. Same one with NASA. Oh my. You just keep your fingers crossed and hope that they launch. This is real rocket science work. Our launch officers did get trained for this. They got to go to the desert and launch real rockets, which I'm very jealous because I love the desert and rockets. So they are trained for these kind of moments. They do know what they're looking for. I don't. But luckily, that's why they're the rocket scientists. Worst case scenario, I think they might just put it on a different number like we did last time. I see them putting in the engines a little better, securing the engine, reconnecting is what it looks like. Holding a rocket like a baby, like our officer Jessica is. Of course I can. So as we kind of wait for this, we will kind of do a little segue into another video that we got. Let's see. We got a lot of different videos that we can play for you guys. We have a tour of the Aerospace Corporation. So if you guys are interested in that, that is definitely something that we can check out. Let me find. I got nothing. I got nothing. What do I got? I got so many papers for you guys. Keeping me updated. Broadcasting work is hard. So we do have a video if you guys wanted to watch this, introducing the tour of the Aerospace Corporation.
3, 2, 1, fire!
Hello, and welcome to Rocket Fever. I'm John Binkley, the Director of Stars at the Aerospace Corporation in El Segundo, California. I'm sorry I couldn't be here in person for today's event at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, but I'm excited to be here virtually and to introduce our Visual Stars Tour at the Aerospace Corporation. We put this video together for you to learn a little bit more about stars. I hope you enjoy it. I look forward to seeing you in person at next year's Rocket Fever.
Welcome to the STARS virtual tour. Launch is a risky business. If it goes wrong and a satellite is lost, the consequences can be costly. A spacecraft can be worth billions of dollars, and sometimes lives are at stake because a warfighter might depend on that satellite for a communication link, an intelligence report, or a weather update. On the day of a launch, Aerospace has a team of experts whose job it is to make sure the launch will be successful. Here in the STARS Mission Control Center, a group of highly skilled analysts monitor every aspect of the rocket, starting hours before the launch. STARS, which stands for Spacelift Telemetry Acquisition and Reporting System, was developed by Aerospace in the mid-1990s. Since 1998, Aerospace has supported every national security launch from STARS. About 20 minutes before each launch, we conduct a poll of our analysts to see if all systems are ready to go. Aerospace also monitors many NASA and commercial launches as well, although we don't provide go-no-go decisions for these launches. Our rockets are launched from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida or Vandenberg Air Force Base in California, but rather than sending the whole team to the launch site, Aerospace uses STARS in El Segundo, California, to give our analysts real-time telemetry data, as well as timing, voice, and video circuits from the launch site. Each analyst has their specific role to perform and systems to monitor. As many as 80 analysts can support a launch in the STARS room. They check items' pressures, electrical circuits, the time it takes valves to open and close, loads on various parts of the rocket, and more. The tests are done according to a planned schedule, which is reflected in the countdown clock. There is a special room where analysts monitor atmospheric wind speeds using data from weather balloons. There's also a viewing gallery above the control center. Here, visitors can watch the team work on the day of a launch. All of the analysis leads to the culminating moment when the rocket lifts off.
RS-68 engine, and we have liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV rocket.
Another successful launch. Just another day in STARS. As you explore STARS, make sure to check out the main room where the analysts sit during a launch. You can also see the visitors gallery, the day of launch winds room, and the telemetry data reduction center.
We're back. Fixing technical difficulties, the life of a rocket scientist again. So we are going to get ready to hopefully relaunch some of these rockets, and we're also going to move on to the next. But until then, we're turning on the systems. Turning it on. Want to try it again? Let's go. All right, party people, we are going to try those 4 again and see if we have success this time. We are going to start with rocket number 15. This was done by Mia, and the name of the rocket was the Speed Rocket. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have success. The Speed Rocket is speeding. Where is she? I see Officer Laura pointing. I did not see a parachute, but it landed safely, so that's all that matters. Great design of the rocket. All right, we're going to have number 17. Right, yes, 17. This was made by Madison, and this was the rocket Beauty. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no, Beauty doesn't want to launch. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, is what they're saying inside that rocket. Imagine how nerve-wracking that would be, waiting for your rocket to launch, and it just didn't. All right, should we move on to the next? Let's go. I'm so sorry, Rocket Beauty. Yours just didn't launch again this time. Let's go for rocket number 18. This was made by Isaac, and it was the Brew Rocket. 4, 3, 2, 1. Brew Rocket, it's launched. Going behind us. Right above us. Going to the right. Where is it going? On top of me? It's going to me. There it is. It's beautiful. Everything worked appropriately. Congrats, Brew Rocket. All right, we're gonna have rocket number 20. This was made by Ivan, and it was the rocket ship. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rocket ship's off. I heard it separate. Is there a parachute? Dun, da, da, da. Oh, beautiful. That was a brilliant landing. Congratulations, rocket ship. That was great. Okay. All right. We're going to change the motor for the Beauty rocket, and then we will give it one more try until we move on to the next round. Okay. We are going to relaunch Rocket Beauty. Hopefully a new engine will fix it. That's what these rocket scientists went out and practiced for. Luckily, they know what to do. Fabulous. Fabulous. We still have one of our rocket collectors to the side of me that is currently unknotting the rocket that landed in the tree. It's hard work, but we're dedicated. It also looks like it's tangled in the leaves. Oh, parachutes. But the parachute's working, right? That's what we want. If there was a human inside that rocket, they would definitely be safe, because so far that rocket is not budging out of that tree. It kind of looks like they're picking avocados. Like, if I didn't know what they were doing, I would think that guy was trying to get avocados out of a tree. That's not an avocado tree. But no, serious rocket business. Yeah, it's stressful. We are currently getting ready to launch, what was it? If we did 1 through 10, 11 through 20, we're going to do 21 through 30. We're getting ready. So those will be our next group. Dun, da, da, da. Round 3. We have a mini tornado behind me. Ah! You can see there is some weather that is affecting our rocket launches. I have spectators that just got hit by this dust tornado. They survived, in case you guys were wondering. I see they just placed Rocket Beauty back into its spot. She is reconnecting, and she's reconnecting the wires again to this little piece right here. This is the igniter. So Beauty got a new engine, a new igniter, and a new cap. Officer Laura is very intricately placing that rocket on there. We want the success of this rocket. She just removed the old igniter. She's holding it. I see it. It obviously did not ignite, so that could have been the core problem. So much action in the rocket fever world here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. Again, we do this every year. This is an annual event. Because of COVID, they were pre-registered, but usually you are able to come and get a rocket and build it on site. Something we love to do every year. This is definitely one of our favorite events, on top of City of STEM and many others that we do. But who doesn't love to launch a good rocket? Love launching rockets. Get out of my safety zone. You're in the safety zone. All right, I think we're ready. I think we're ready for Rocket Beauty to give it another try. Let's give Rocket Beauty a big, you know, hope that fingers crossed that it works. Officer Laura giving a double check. We want the success of all rockets being launched today. That's why you guys were trained for this. Oh, wow. We finally got that rocket. We got the rocket out with the tree branch.
Anyone want a souvenir?
Maybe the rocket owners might want the souvenir of the branch. That is quite the branch, I will say. That rocket was really in there, guys. Are we ready? We're ready. I got the thumbs up. All right. So this was, let me get the name for it. This was rocket number 17. This was made by Madison, and it is Rocket Beauty. Fingers crossed. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have success. All right. It's going. I hear it. Oh, what a beautiful launch. Very nice, Rocket Beauty. You did a fabulous design. We are going to get ready for round 3 of the green group. That will be rockets 1 through 10 of round 3. We will be back shortly. Why? Oh, yes. We just turned the power off. Safety first. We're very serious about safety here. Every time that they switch out the rockets, we do shut everything off just in case we don't want any trouble here. You guys will get electrocuted, you said? I don't want you guys to shock yourselves. I don't want to get shocked. So fair. Look at all those rockets she's getting ready to put on there. Getting shocked? No, getting shocked is no fun. Officer Jessica agrees. Sounds like from personal experience. She's figuring out which go where. We would hate to put the rocket on the wrong number. Another part of the serious business here. Detangling rockets. We have a lot going on here. We're prepping for the next set of launches, but also finishing the last set and putting all of our parachutes back in to the rocket just so we can give them back to their rightful owners. Of course, without an engine because it's already been launched, but they do get to keep what they built. Oh, we are almost ready. This is fun. This is a really fun. We have a good crowd here watching us launch their rockets. They took a lot of time building these. Hopefully next year you guys get to come and do your own rockets and decorate them how you want. They've all been stationed. Now we're just wiring them up. I like watching them work. Yeah. Yeah, I got to keep it all together. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm just watching. And she's very gently connecting these plugs to this. And it's so tiny. That's why I see them very like, ooh, trying to do it. We do have some weather, you guys can see. our rockets might get pushed onto the street, I will have our rocket picker-uppers, my official rocket picker-uppers. I don't like that term, but that's what I'm going to call them. What are their official names for our rocket catchers? Runners. I was calling them rocket picker-uppers. But yes, they are running. It is hot out here. They're getting it, especially when they're running out into the middle of the street. Looking both ways, of course, because safety. I love how much we love safety here. We even have fans here to keep all of our technology staying cool. Boy. So you guys can see me a little better. Officer Laura is preparing for even the next batch of rockets. I'm overwhelmed. Not only is it the next 10, but I think she's setting up the ones after that. Whew. It's a lot of rockets. I'm seeing people that have launched their rockets already with smiles on their faces. Love it. They came, they built, they launched, they conquered. All of our launches have been successful. Even with a little bit of a fixing in the situation, they've all successfully launched. And that's what you want to see on a good rocket fever day. Boy. It's very quiet during this phase, which makes it even more serious in the rocket launching world. I'm just very intricately watching you guys over there. Don't mind me. Yes. We can't launch until they double, triple, quadruple check all of the rockets. There is engines in these rockets, which causes them to, you know, launch, essentially. One through 10 looks ready. So rockets, not just ours, but other rockets, they aren't usually one solid chunk of metal. They are separate pieces, as you've probably seen in cartoons or on TV. You can see that they do separate upon launch. So the first stage of a rocket is the ignition. And then from takeoff, the burning rocket exhaust will push the rocket forward. So that is how it is launching into the air. Once the fuel runs out, on a normal rocket, there's no fuel in these rockets, but once the fuel runs out, the section will break off, and from there the second stage fuel reserve usually kicks in, and that's until the payload reaches orbit. So if these were going into space, that would be the process, but they are not reaching space today, not that I'm aware of, unless they've built some amazing rockets. Officer Laura, she's clicking some buttons. That's when I know things are about to get rolling. And we're doing 1 through 13 next. Is that what I see? We are doing 1 through 13, part of round 4. We're jumping in. We're doing 2 rounds at one. Crazy times here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center for Rocket Fever. That one set of launches isn't enough. 2 sets together, 13. Turning power back on. They didn't want to get electrocuted. They shut it off. Back on. That means things are getting ready to rock and roll. Or launch and roll. Rocket launch and roll. I don't know. We're doing our quadruple check. Told you we do it once, double, triple, quadruple. One is getting off the load. What happens? Oh no. Oh, she's pushing in the engine. This is why we check. This is why we check. That rocket might not have launched. Oh. So they're currently putting this engine back into the rocket, realigning this igniter, and then they're going to put this little cap on that keeps it all in there. All right. She's thinking about it. Looks like the rocket's been approved. Yep. Our runners and rocket launchers, they're out here in the heat. God bless them. You know, we out here. There's lots of helpers today that are making sure all of these rockets are launching safely in the most fun way possible. All right. They turned it back on again. I feel like we're having technical difficulties. But luckily, one of our IT people is here. IT Diana. She fixes everything. Gotta love those people. She's a true rocket scientist here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. She is, I would say, the original rocket master of all of us. We're trying to prevent misfires. Oh, we have a rocket coming off the launch pad. Oh my. I saw she removed an igniter. Maybe she predetermined the igniter was not worthy. I would have not known to make that call. Not at all. And again, this is why I'm not the rocket scientist. How did you know to fix that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so they are checking for continuity of the circuit. So as I said, it is connected to this igniter. And if the circuit doesn't connect, we can't launch. And in order for us to know if it connects, it makes a beeping noise on our power switch. And I guess they aren't hearing that beeping noise. So therefore, it's not connected. And that just won't launch the rocket, I presume. So they are looking for that continuity, setting up their circuits. The intensity. This is so intense. You have no idea. I'm keeping them updated, one rocket at a time. Changing another igniter. I'm impressed they even know what to do. I see Officer Jessica over there also trying to make rocket number 13 work. And again, if our rockets don't launch right away, we skip to the next and then we'll redo it and try and fix the problem. We, as in my rocket safety launch officers, Laura and Jessica. I'm just here to give them company, give you guys some company. A lot of fine folks out here. I know. I hear it. I hear beeping. Oh no. We have that mid-afternoon technology problems. Is it the heat? So now it's starting to look like a typical day at a NASA rocket launch. We got lots of team members out here trying to figure out the problem. We got some rockets trying to get launched. We have some delays occurring because these rockets are launching. Okay. We have other team members confirming we got a rocket out of the tree. We're ready? Oh my, we are ready. All right, friends, we are ready for round 3. We were having a little bit of technical difficulties, but our rocket launcher and officers, they think they fixed it. Let's find out. We're gonna wait because we have a safety issue in the field. Thank you, Officer Diana. All right, are we ready, friends over there? Are we ready, everyone? All right. We're going to start round 3 of the green rocket launches. This is going to be rocket number 1. This was made by Caitlin, and the name of this rocket is called the Galactic Rocket Ship. 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. That was a great launch. It was fast, too. It's coming down behind me. I see the shadow. There it is. It survived. Woohoo! All right, let's do rocket number 2. This was made by Anthony. Love the name of this one, guys. It's named the Endeavor. So 4, 3, 2, 1. The Endeavor is off. I see the smoke from the Endeavor, but I'm like, is it above me? I saw you pointing above me. I'm like, oh. The Endeavor would crash right there. You guys can see our Officer Diana that's going to, oh, just kidding. The Endeavor came down. All right. Let's get ready for rocket number 3. This one was made by Victoria, and it is named the Starship. There's an airplane above us. Does that mean we have to wait for safety? I like it. We're so safe, like I keep saying. So crazy. It's so far away, yet so close. All right. This was from Victoria, number Starship. 4, 3, 2, 1. Starship is off. Love it. Sounds like it did what it was supposed to. Well, I heard separation. I don't see it yet. I see the shadow. Fabulous. Oh man, it almost landed perfectly too. Beautiful Starship. All right. I have rocket number 4. This one looks like her name was Hannah. I love the name of this rocket. Are you guys ready for this? This is the Heart Zebra Party Galaxy rocket. That's a good name. 4, 3, 2, 1. I hear it. Oh, that sounds like it went really high. Coming down fast. Oh, it got tangled in the parachute, but the parachute worked. There we go. All right, rocket number 5. This one was made by Jonathan, and it is called the Rocket Engine Pack. 4, 3, 2, 1. Loving it. Loving this. I'm glad you're pointing, Officer Laura, because I would have no idea. It's out of the park. Do not touch the rockets, friend. It is hot. Those engines are hot. Very nice. Very good. All right. The rocket engine pack showed it up. Okay. This is rocket number 6. This one is made by Gabriel, and it looks like it's called the Jojo Siwa rocket. Get it. 3, 2, 1. Jojo Siwa, here she goes. Thank you, Gabriel. You just sent me your rocket. Okay. All right, rocket number 7. This one was made by Kaylee, and it is called Queen Ducky. 3, 2, 1. Fabulous. I heard it. I feel so blind. Like, I hear it. It's coming right in front of me. Fabulous. I see little pieces of it falling afterwards. The wadding? Oh, so the wadding protects the parachute. So you can kind of see that coming apart as it's coming down. Thank you, Officer Laura. All right, we have rocket number 8. The owner of this is David, and the name is the Red Rocket. 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw some fire. I hear it. It's coming. And this rocket was decorated red, so it was brilliantly named. Oh, I was like, is it above me? All right, we have rocket number 9 coming up. This was made by Natalie, and it is named Frida. 3, 2, 1. Frida's off. I heard separation.
Heads up.
Wonderful. That is called a success. I feel safe now that they're all flying over me and I'm protected. All right, we're going to have Whoa. Is that rocket number 12? No. 10, I know. It is 10, but where is my number 10? Oh, there it is. It was mixed up. Okay, I have my rocket number 10 right here. This one was made by Peter, and it is called the Alpha P. I'm assuming for Peter. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! That scared me. I was like, was that the rocket? Out of the park. There you go, Alpha Peter. We are officially heading into our round 4 of rocket launches. Plot twist, we're just gonna keep on moving forward. So this is round 4, green group, rocket number 11. This one was done by Grace, and it is named the Patel 1. 2, 1. I saw smoke. I didn't see any fire. We're going to go back to that one. We're going to move on to number 12. This one was made by Tiana, and this one is called the Black Needle. I see that. Very appropriate name. One second. 2, 1. The Black Needle is off. Great name. Definitely looks like a black needle. And I'm like, heads up, where? It's gone. Go into the cars. Danger. Luckily, this isn't a very heavy rocket, or that could have did some serious damage, right? All right. So this is going to be number 13. This one was made by Liam, and the name of this rocket is To the Moon and Back. Okay. Just kidding. There is no connection on this so far. We've lost connection to number 13. So we are going to redo 11 and 13 momentarily. I lied. They just informed me I lied. So the owner of this rocket again is Liam, and the name of this rocket is To the Moon and Back. 2, 1. It's off. Is it going to the moon? Is it coming back? That was the fastest trip to the moon I've ever experienced. There it is. Now we just need to get astronauts to the moon and back that fast. Congratulations, Liam. That was an awesome launch. We will do number 11 momentarily. We have one rocket that we are going to relaunch. And that is the Patel 1. So they're gonna recheck everything. There was smoke when we pressed the button, but there was no fire. And we want the fire. What good rocket doesn't have good fire? They just disconnected it. What are you guys gonna do? Checking the continuity. I love when they keep saying that. Not 100% sure what it means. It's the connection, essentially. The continuity between the launch pad. Yeah. It's the connection between the launch pad and the rockets. I mean, yeah, the continuity. It's a new vocab word for us today here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, Rocket Fever 2021. It's like, what year are we in? Officer Laura's putting it back. She's checked it. She's hoping it's successful. Even I'm very into this. She took it back off just to double check it again. Rocket business is serious business. Now imagine doing this on a large scale rocket. Say we are going to the moon and back. It wouldn't be as easy as taking it off our rocket launcher and just checking for an engine. There's so many components to a rocket. There's hundreds of thousands of people that work on rockets before a launch. Everything down to the little bolts that are included, to even the chemicals we use for propulsion. Again, no fuel here, just using not batteries. We are not using batteries. Rocket power packs. Okay, Officer Laura, fingers crossed. Turning it back on. It has to be off while they are checking these because, again, they don't want to be electrocuted. I heard the beep. Okay. It sounds like we have a successful connection for number 11. This is rocket number 11. Owner's name is Grace, and the rocket name is the Patel 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love when all of our rockets launch. This is why our officers got trained to do what they do. It's right over us. Are we going to have a collision? It's just smooth. Oh, it fell on me, guys. Safest landing of all. All right. So we are going to reset for the next group of participants. This will be our pink set of launches. So hopefully you guys are enjoying, you're having a good time. We will put, you know, a little more fun into this for our pink group. I was like, Francisco. So enjoy this video. Well, not you guys, but enjoy over in the museum. This is for you guys. I have so many people I'm talking to here. So now that we are done launching, we are going to reset everything. It's time to get ready for our pink group. I would love for you guys to enjoy this video from Aerojet Rocketdyne. It has Ben DeCow, which is our executive director of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. And it also includes Sarah Baldwin, and she is the aerospace engineer at Aerojet Rocketdyne.
3, 2, 1, 0.
I'm really excited. Our last sort of rocket scientist talk for the day will be Sarah Baldwin from the Aerojet Rocketdyne Company. I'm very excited about this because Aerojet Rocketdyne is actually a legacy aerospace company that started right here where the Space Center is. They started as a division of North American Aviation back in 1950 and were part of that group here on site for many, many years. Rocketdyne actually has built, up until the SpaceX launch not too long ago, they built every single rocket engine that took an American into space. That's pretty amazing. We're excited to talk to them. I'd like to welcome our special guest from Aerojet, Sarah Baldwin, who is a rocket scientist and is going to tell us more about it. Sarah, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thanks for being here. I know you're based in Southern California, so it's a hot day today, but thank you for joining us virtually. You know, I'm really excited to hear what you have to say because, again, you know, this Aerojet Rocketdyne has a very special place in our heart here at the Space Center because we are on the land that you used to be on. And how long have you been with the company?
So I've been with the company 10 years, and then I interned actually before that. So
cool.
Yeah, it's been a great year.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to hear more and probably ask you some more questions after this, but I know you have a presentation, so take it away, Sarah. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So as you said, my name's Sarah. I'm an aerospace engineer at Aerojet Rocketdyne, and I work on the RS-68A engine, which is the world's most powerful liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen engine, and it actually powers the Delta IV rocket. So my job involves traveling to the launch site and working launch countdowns to make sure that every payload safely reaches orbit. And right now, we're actually working towards a launch in about 2 weeks. Next slide. All right, thank you. So one of my favorite things about working in the space industry, and specifically at Aerojet Rocketdyne, is being able to be a part of space exploration. Our propulsion systems have visited every planet in the solar system and even some asteroids as well. Now, my personal favorite is the Parker Solar Probe, which I might be a little biased about because I helped launch that a couple of years ago. And it's been just so much fun watching it closer and closer to the sun. And eventually it's going to pass within the corona of the sun. And our propulsion systems have actually visited Mars 9 times. And after Perseverance lands, that will be our 10th time onto the red planet. Next slide. Thank you. So there's a lot of really exciting things that are happening in space exploration right now. So I wanted to talk about a couple of them. Starting with the Mars 2020 launch, that's bringing the newest rover Perseverance to Mars. So the rover launched just a few weeks ago from Cape Canaveral aboard a ULA Atlas V rocket. Now, 4 of our AJ-60 solid rocket propellants helped lift the booster up off of the pad. And it may be hard to tell from that photo there, but each of those solid rockets are 55 feet tall. And together, they provided over 1.4 million pounds of thrust. And then after that first stage separated out, our RL-10C liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen engine, upper stage engine propelled Perseverance on its trajectory to Mars. Next slide. Thanks. So let's talk a little bit about getting to Mars. So launching a spacecraft on an interplanetary mission requires really precise timing. Earth and Mars orbit the sun at really different speeds and different distances. So in order to be as efficient as possible and minimize the amount of propellant that we have to take with us, we need to make sure that we launch at a time when the planets are at a good position relative to each other. And this optimal alignment only occurs once every 26 months. So we need to make sure we launch on time. So right now, Perseverance is in its cruise phase. And just yesterday, it performed the first trajectory correction maneuver, or TCM as we call it, to put it on a pathway to intercept Mars. So the next TCM is going to occur in September, followed by 4 others prior to landing in February of next year. Okay, next slide. Thanks. So now let's talk about getting onto the surface of Mars itself, which is a really cool and complicated process. So during entry to Mars, Perseverance will first eject the cruise stage that used to get to the planet, and then that cruise stage will burn up in that thin Martian atmosphere. And it has a heat shield that will then protect it from the heat of the atmosphere entry, which can get as hot as 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Then during that time, 8 of our thrusters will be firing to help stabilize that spacecraft as it starts to slow down. And there's 2 things that slow it down. The first is that the atmosphere itself will cause some friction. And the second is that curved underside of the heat shield will actually cause some lift, slowing it down. And those 2 things combined will slow it down from 13,000 miles per hour down to just 1,000 miles per hour. But that's still too fast to land on the planet. So then it will deploy parachutes that will help slow it down once it's about 7 miles above the surface. And then at that point, it will eject the heat shield. Then about 80 seconds later, it'll eject the parachutes and the back shell as well. And then at that time, 8 of our thrusters will then fire to help push the rover away from all that hardware so they don't crash together. And then finally, my favorite part, which I think is just so cool, is the sky crane. And so the sky crane is also powered by our thrusters, and it will then gently lower the rover down to the surface for a nice gentle landing at less than 2 miles per hour. Now, the sky crane was first used back on the Curiosity mission, and it was a really innovative new landing method. Previous missions had used parachutes, they've also used descent engines, and even these inflatable airbags for a bouncier landing. Next slide. Thanks. Okay, so then let's talk about the mission itself. So once the Perseverance rover is safely on the surface of Mars, it can then begin its roughly 2-year journey to collect samples from the surface. And it's searching for signs of ancient microbial life. And that will help not only explore the past habitability of Mars, but it'll also help prepare for future human expeditions to the planet. So Aerojet Rocketdyne provides the multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which we call MMRTG for much shorter, and that will provide power to the rover. And that MMRTG is a nuclear power system, so it converts heat from the natural decay of radioisotope material into electricity. And the first mission to use one of our MMRTGs was the Curiosity rover that landed back in Mars on 2012, and almost 8 years later, it's still going to this day. Next slide. Okay, so now that we've talked a little bit about getting to Mars, let's talk a little bit about our path about getting humans to Mars. So the first step to getting humans to Mars is actually to return to the moon, and NASA's Space Launch System aims to get us there by 2024. So the 3-day journey from Earth to the moon allows us to practice living and working long-term on another astronomical body before we actually have to commit humans to that really long journey to Mars. And our AR engines, as you mentioned, propelled astronauts to the moon back in Apollo, and we're really excited to be a part of that going forward with these Artemis missions. Next slide. Okay, so Space Launch System, or SLS, will return people to the moon and eventually launch them to Mars. Now, the first stage of SLS will use 4 Aerojet Rocketdyne RS-25 engines, which are actually derived from the engines that were used on the space shuttle. In just 4 seconds, these engines will reach over 2 million pounds of thrust, and they'll run for 8.5 minutes. Now, these engines, they operate in really extreme temperatures, with the liquid hydrogen cools the hardware down to temperatures of minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit, which is cold enough to liquefy the air around the engine. But then once it combusts, it actually runs up to temperatures of 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to melt steel. And then the AR-RL-10 engine will provide the main propulsion once that rocket is in outer space. On its inaugural flight, Artemis 1, it'll have one RL-10 engine, which will take an uncrewed mission on a demonstration lunar orbit. And then the second flight, Artemis 2, will carry astronauts on that lunar orbit. SLS will be able to initially carry 60,000 pounds of payload to the moon, And then later versions will be able to carry over 100,000 pounds of cargo and crew to the moon. Next slide. Thanks. So right now, we're in the process of preparing to do a full system checkout of the SLS first stage at Stennis Space Center, which is located about 1 hour outside New Orleans. So on October 9th, we're going to do what we call a wet dress rehearsal, where we load all those cold cryogenic propellants into the tanks, and then we perform various test sequences without actually lighting the engines. On October 20th, we'll do a full static fire test, where we actually do run all 4 engines together for 8 minutes to simulate the duration of that launch. And it's really exciting because when we perform just one single engine testing, you have the hydrogen and oxygen combining together, and it makes this really massive steam cloud that's so big it'll rain down on you. But it's going to be incredible seeing all 4 of these engines running together full duration. And I hope all of you can watch the videos of that. Tests like these for me are actually more fun to watch than an actual launch, because you get to see and hear the rocket for much longer than you would during a launch. Next slide. Thanks. So the Orion spacecraft will be capable of taking crews to deep space destinations and returning them to Earth safely. Now, one of the challenges with bringing humans into deep space is the potential exposure to radiation. But Orion is designed to provide up to 1,000 mission-capable days to protect the crew from that radiation. And the Orion spacecraft actually had a demonstration test flight that was nearly flawless back in 2014. And I was actually part of the launch crew that helped launch that on the Delta IV rocket. And we launched it to a peak altitude of 3,600 miles above the surface of the Earth before it came back with re-entry speeds of 20,000 miles per hour before it splashed down in the ocean. So one of the benefits of going back to the capsule design is that it's much easier to separate the capsule from the launch vehicle if there's any emergency that were to occur. So our Aerojet Rocketdyne launch abort jettison motors can quickly pull that capsule away from the hazardous situation, keeping the astronauts safe. And then once in space, our propulsion systems provide the Orion capsule with the primary propulsion power, the steering capability to make sure it's in the right trajectory, and also control to help as it re-enters the atmosphere to make sure that you come in with the right orientation with the heat shield down. Next slide. So NASA's Gateway is another important piece of our return to the moon and to future space exploration. Gateway will essentially be a human space station that orbits the moon and allows astronauts to have a habitable place to stay once they get there. And then having an orbiting lunar station allows for multiple trips down to the Earth's surface and actually going to different locations throughout the surface. And in the future, the Gateway could be a stopping point as you go on missions to Mars or further deep space exploration. Next slide. Okay, so NASA's OSIRIS-REx is another exciting mission that's taking place right now. It was launched back in 2016. It's currently orbiting the asteroid Bennu, and it's going to land on the surface on October 20th to collect samples. Those samples will be returned to Earth for scientific study in about 2023, and it'll help us better understand how planets are formed. Now, just this past Monday, the spacecraft performed a rehearsal of its landing on the asteroid, approaching about 130 feet above the surface. And Aerojet Rocketdyne provides 28 of the rocket engines on the spacecraft, which first slowed it down over 1,000 miles per hour to match the orbit of the asteroid, and then it will maneuver it on and off the surface of Bennu. Okay, next slide. And then as we look forward to deep space further deep space missions, we also need to consider systems that don't rely on traditional liquid or solid chemical propellants, which you have to bring those propellants with you, which adds mass to your launch system. Relying on alternative methods could enable longer duration missions as well. So solar electric propulsion uses solar panels to collect energy from the sun, then it converts that energy into propulsion, essentially converting photons into ions. That solar electric propulsion is a really efficient way to move through space, but it does have a lower thrust than you would have with traditional propellants, so you travel at a slower speed. So because of that, this type of propulsion would be ideal for transporting cargo or non-crewed missions throughout the solar system. And Aerojet Rocketdyne is currently working on a range of different products that use solar electric propulsion to support our future missions. Next slide. Okay, so another option is that we're working on at Aerojet Rocketdyne is developing nuclear thermal propulsion, which is twice as efficient as traditional rocket engines. Now, nuclear propulsion works by using nuclear energy, which heats that liquid hydrogen, which can then be accelerated to produce these high levels of thrust. Now, the thrust from nuclear propulsion is much higher than chemical propulsion, which makes it an ideal propulsion system for crewed space missions for deep space exploration, because you're traveling at such a high rate of speed. And with your faster journey, you could reduce travel time and also reduce the crew's exposure to that radiation we talked about. Okay, next slide. Okay. And then additive manufacturing, which you heard Relativity talk a little about, we also call it 3D printing, is quickly growing in the space industry. Being able to 3D print your parts for rocket engines not only saves you time, but money, and it also allows you to create parts that are engineering designs that are so complex that previously you were limited by the capability of prior traditional manufacturing methods. So currently we're working on additive manufacturing on multiple products throughout our company, and I'm really excited to see where this technology goes in the future.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. Thanks for giving us not just sort of a little bit of a history lesson, but also a peek into the future of where you guys are going. That's fantastic. You know, we got some questions from out there in YouTube land, and I did want to ask. Caroline F asked, "Do you get your rocket engines back?"
No, we don't actually. So especially the ones that I work on, the primary focus was to make a very cheap engine. So it's made to be used one time. And so the engine I work on is not, but the space shuttle main engines, a lot of those have seen many, many flights, including a lot of the ones that we've been working on that are going on to the Artemis missions were actually initially shuttle engines that we pulled off the orbiters before they went to the science centers. So what you see Endeavour, that's actually a nozzle on a stick that we put in so that we could keep those engines. And we've been able to introduce those improvements we've been making to the designs. And so those will launch on Artemis and have seen many private flights as well.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, I get two more questions, actually. There was one from Astra Athens, and how much shorter will a trip to Mars be using nuclear fuel? You had talked about the nuclear propulsion system.
Yeah, you know, I would say with that, you know, if you're going to use a traditional cryogenic propellant, like, you know, the LOX hydrogen, sorry, it's twice as efficient. So I would expect it to be about twice as fast.
Oh, right. So what, it's a 9-month trip down to 4.5, maybe? Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be a big improvement for the crew. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Absolutely. So the other question I have is, Sarah, how did you get into this? You've been working at Aerojet Rocketdyne for 10 years. What inspired you to become a rocket scientist?
You know, I grew up in a really small town in Indiana, and I right near Purdue University, about 2 hours away. And I decided to go to Purdue University, but it just seemed like it was so far away to be a part of the space industry. That's something other people did. I didn't even know how you would get into that. So I decided on engineering and went to Purdue. And once I got there, I found out they had more alumni astronauts than any other school. So we'd be going to class, and Jim Lovell came and talked to us. Neil Armstrong, I saw him on campus my sophomore year. It was really exciting. So once I got there and I met other students, I actually switched into aerospace engineering because I realized it's really not outside the reach for anyone to get into. It's just, you need to know that you can do it. And so yeah, it was just kind of knowing that the opportunities are out there. And I think Purdue really helped me do that.
So when you say that you had to know that you could do it, was that more of awareness that this was something that you could do, or was it something that you felt like you needed to, I don't know, like somebody had to tell you, like, no, Sarah, you can do it, or how did that work? And what would you say to encourage other young people out there who are watching this?
I would say, you know, just an engineering degree is a great way to start with it. There's a lot of other science degrees, but I would say, yeah, I mean, there's so many companies out here now that there are just a ton of opportunities. So, you know, if you think you are wanting space, you know, wanting to work in the space industry, try some clubs, try, you know, first robotics, try, you know, when you get to college, try a design, build, test, but really, like, there's just a lot of opportunities like to apply for. I didn't even realize how many companies work in the space industry, and you know, even NASA takes co-ops. There's a lot of opportunities for students to break into the industry, and for me, that's how I found out about it. Is you know, I just went out and I applied for an internship, and I was able to get it, and that really was a great foot in the door to, one, see if this is something that I did want to do, and two, just know that it's possible to do. So I would say just, yeah, definitely get a degree in a science field, and just look for those opportunities and apply online, and, you know, apply to those companies. Because, yeah, it seems like it's a small industry, but, you know, there's a ton of opportunity there.
That's cool. All right. Well, thanks. And actually, you being here talking today, I'm sure is being inspirational to someone watching out there. So definitely Caroline F., who asked you the question about are the rocket engines reused. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you so much for supporting Rocket Fever this year. And also I want to thank Aerojet Rocketdyne very much. You know, your company has always been a good supporter of the Space Center, you know, because of the historic connection. So thanks, and we're looking forward to seeing you at Rocket Fever 2021 or somewhere else in a virtual world.
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds great.
Thanks.
Hemos confirmado, hemos detectado que el despliegue del paracaídas ha pasado. Estamos a 12 kilómetros de la superficie de Marte.
In the velocity, our current velocity is 150 meters per second.
Heat shield set.
Perseverance has slowed to subsonic speeds, and the heat shield has been...
En este momento, separación del escudo térmico confirmado. Perseverance está buscando la superficie con el radar y a tomar fotos con la cámara de aterrizaje.
Hola, mi nombre es Alessandra Espinosa. Estoy extremadamente feliz de la misión Perseverancia. Espero que el aterrizaje sea perfecto. Mucha suerte.
Hola, mi nombre es Daniela Espinosa. Estoy muy feliz de la misión Perseverancia. Espero que el aterrizaje sea perfecto. Buena suerte.
Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second. Altitude 7.4.
Perseverance ha encontrado la superficie con el radar y nos continuamos acercando hacia la superficie. El vehículo continúa descendiendo.
Hola, me llamo Lauren. Les deseo mucho éxito en su viaje. Me siento muy feliz que hacen este trabajo. Buena suerte en el proyecto y gracias por su dedicación. Adiós.
Hola, mi nombre es Anelis Ortega y estoy muy contenta por la misión Perseverancia. Espero que todo vaya bien con esta misión. Buena suerte.
Hola, mi nombre es Milena Choi y soy miembro de las muchachas en STEM en el Centro Espacial de Dynamo. Quiero felicitar a la Perseverancia por llegar a Marte.
Vamos a empezar los motores de propulsión para el aterrizaje. 80 metros por segundo, 6.2 kilómetros de la superficie. Separación del escudo trasero confirmado.
Hola, mi nombre es Kaylee y yo quisiera construir cohetes.
Hola, mi nombre es Sienna y me gustaría ser diseñadora de trajes especiales en la NASA. Adiós.
Hola, mi nombre es Sienna y me gustaría ser científico de alimentos especiales veganos en la NASA. Adiós.
El vehículo continúa navegando al lugar de aterrizaje.
104.
Vamos a empezar a hacer la grúa aérea Va a empezar en unos momentos donde ya sabemos dónde vamos a estar y sostiene el robot. La grúa aérea ha empezado. 20 metros de la superficie.
Touchdown confirmed.
¡Hemos llegado! Perseverance llegó. ¡Hemos llegado!
All the higher ups, they're in their little bunker conniving away. Would you like a water? Huh? Would you like a water? Please, I didn't want to. Yeah, I know. It's on my ear. Thank you, sir. Oh, there's like ice in it too.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Hi, my name is Milena, and I am too a member of the Girls in STEM Club. Today I'm going to show you how to make a balloon rocket at home. Follow me. Unlike the other rockets we built today, this balloon rocket will need a path to fly along. We're going to make a guidance system using a straw to help make sure it stays on course from its trip to Earth to Mars. First, we need 2 chairs representing Earth and Mars. We're also going to need some really long string or twine. Let's tie one end of our string to the Earth chair. That'll be the starting point for our rocket once we're ready to launch. Before you tie the other end of your string to the Mars chair, we need to build our guidance system. Take the free end of your string and pull it through the straw, like this. And keep on going until you see the string coming out of the other end of the straw. Once you've fed your string to the straw, we're ready to tie our other end of our string to the Mars chair, creating the end of our path. Once we're finished building our balloon rockets, we will tape it to the straw guidance system and we will launch it from Earth to Mars. All we're missing now are our balloon rockets. Are you ready to make one? All you need for your balloon rocket is, well, a balloon. However, I do want to decorate mine before we start launching it on the path. So I have a clip here, so once the balloon is blown up, I can clip it on so the air doesn't get out while I'm drawing. There are 2 ways you can decorate your balloon. One, you can draw on a piece of paper, you can doodle on it, and you can cut it out and just tape it right onto the balloon. Or you can use Sharpies or markers and just draw directly on it. Now that my balloon rocket is ready, it's time to attach it to the guidance system. So you only need a little piece of tape, not too much. And you're gonna have the top of the balloon attached up to the straw, and tape it like this. Now, when I release the clip, the air used to blow up the balloon will exit out and will give the balloon the thrust it needs to move forward. Let's start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! Three, 2, 1, blast off! 3, 2, 1, blast off! What other experiments do you think we can do using balloon rockets? What type of data do you think we could collect? How about we use different shapes of balloons? We can record each shape on a data sheet, blow each one up, and launch it, and record how long it takes for our rocket to reach Chair Mars with a stopwatch. Let's launch our first balloon again and record the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! Now I'm gonna launch my second balloon. 3, 2, 1. Let's discuss the results that we got. For the first one, this shape was a sphere, and the time it got me to get from Earth to Mars was 2.43 seconds. The second test, or the green bean, the time was only 0.79 seconds. So the green bean was way faster than the sphere. I think the green bean was faster than the sphere balloon because the green bean balloon was more aerodynamic. It had a thinner body than the sphere, so it was able to go through the air faster. What other experiments do you think we can do using balloon rockets? Let us know at Columbia Space on social media. Hope you had fun with all our rocket activities today. See you next year.
All right, we are back, everyone. We are getting ready to launch our next round of rockets. I was going to say our third round, but it's our third color of rockets. We've already gone through purple, we've gone through green, and next is our pink rocket group. Very excited. Our rocket launchers currently went to lunch, which is where I also went, but they are on their way. All of our rockets are already prepared, so they just need to double check them, triple check them, maybe even quadruple check them, because we want rockets 1 through 10 to launch. Yes, we do. It's cooling down a little bit. There's kind of a nice breeze, but we're all sweating, right, guys? We're all sweating. Yeah, we are embracing the sweat. It's all part of the party at this point. Rocket Fever 2021, sweat. So we will have the same safety and launch control officers for this pink group. It was Laura and Jessica. They are trained so well, we thought we'd bring them in again. Do it twice. I had another paper somewhere, but where did it go? I think the wind took it. I'm like looking around like, I don't see a paper anywhere. That's okay. We got this. She's checking all the controls, and so far it sounds like they're working. That's good. I don't see Officer Jessica. We can't move forward. We just had a nice little break period. We had our runners set up the rockets. They've also been trained in this type of work. I feel the wind is coming behind me. I feel like that's where all of our rockets are going to go. Oh, hey, look, I found the piece of paper that I was lost. I have a very strict schedule that I need to be with you guys. So you are joining us at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. This is our Rocket Fever event. We do this every year. It's our favorite thing to do. The news comes. We have the Downey newspaper here with me. Patriot, even there getting in on the action. I encourage you guys to come anytime. Oh, we're ready? Oh my goodness. Plot twist. Hello, friends and family. Are you guys ready for our next set of launches? Woo! Yeah, I hear you out there. So this is our pink group. This will be the first round. We do 4 rounds, 10 rockets each. So this is round number 1 of the pink group. And this is rocket number 1. This one was made by Bradley. And the name of this rocket is the Mortal Kombat rocket. 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Do you see all that rocket smoke coming our way? Luckily, we have this whole baseball field to ourselves. Woo! Trapped by the net. I'd say your rocket's safe. All right. Let's test out rocket number 2. This one was made by Sebastian, and the name of this rocket is called Empire. Woo! 2, 1. The Empire's off. It's all gonna go behind us now. We're blessed with the winds. Woo! Oh man, I really thought that was gonna land upright. Everyone's shooting to be the next Elon Musk over here. All right, we're gonna test out rocket number 3. This one was made by Peter, and it is called the High Rocket. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. There it goes. I hear the crowd going wild. I don't see it. It's still going. Oh, wow. That one was way out of the ballpark. I even see the other employees racing in their go-kart to go get it. Thank you, other employees that are not us. Peter, they're saving your rocket. Okay. All right, we got rocket number 4 up next. This one was made by Desiree, and it is named the Toad. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Toad is off. I heard it separate. Did I hear correctly? It's coming down. Parachutes out. Wonderful landing in the ballpark. Very good job, Desiree. We have rocket number 5 that is next. This one was made by Nicole, and it is called the Steam Rocket. 3, 2, 1. I saw the steam. It's a rocket. Coming your way, Laura. Coming behind me. Woo! Coming after the Downey Patriot. Now he has something to write about. He was in the danger zone. Okay. All right. We're going to have rocket number 6 coming up. This one was made by Miles, and it is very nicely named the Columbia Shuttle. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. The Columbia's off. It's coming down. Did it separate? We have a parachute out. Right to our runner. Very nice. Very nicely named too. Love the name. All right. We have rocket number 7 up next. This one was made by Frank, and this is named the Blueberry Rocket. I know. Now I want blueberry muffins. Okay. 3, 2, 1. I coming down? Am I in the danger zone? Not yet. All right. Wind is on our side. Very nice. That was a very slow drop down. It is protected. These are all just awesome. Like, all of them are working. I love it. All right, let's do rocket number 8. This one was made by Joshua, and this one is named the Apple. I know. Now I want an apple. All these fruits. 3, 2, 1. The apple's off. Next, we should have one named the broccoli. Cauliflower, same thing, just different color. Awesome job, the apple. That was a successful launch. All right. This name is really great. You guys are going to love this. This is rocket number 9. This was made by Jonah, and this is the red potato attack. Woo, that's a good name. 3, 2, 1. The red potato is under attack. And would you know it? It's red. It's decorated in red. Very appropriately named. Very nice job, Jonah. This is our last rocket for round 1. This is rocket number 10. We have it made by Sebastian, and the rocket's name is Pluto. 3, 2, 1. Woo, I smelled that one. Thank you, Pluto. Oh, Pluto landed safely. Very nice. Pluto is my favorite planet, even though it's not a planet anymore. It is in my heart. Very nice job, everyone. We will get started shortly on the next round. Very exciting. Yes, our Downing Patriot almost got attacked. He was in the landing zone. I've already been hit once. My canopy got hit. My computer got hit. It's dangerous over here, but we're all about safety. So we're currently getting everything double checked, cleaning up the zone, returning the rockets because they do get their rockets back. We put the parachute back in. I will show you guys. So this is my handy dandy rocket. It is named the Excalibur. So once the parachute comes out right here, it's stuck. Parachute, and it opens up so it can land. But then so we can give it back to you guys, we do roll it up and just kind of shove it back in. So ready for the next launch. Every good rocket has a good parachute. Every rocket should have a parachute. Is it a good parachute? That's up to debate. Yeah, that is up to gravity. It's up to the engineers who built it. I didn't shove it in very well the first time, so I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. Anyone, though, could be an engineer if you really wanted to be. I chose rocks. I like rocks. All right, we have Officer Laura prepping the next round 2 for the pink group. Oh, I'm trying to get this rocket back together. Put the nose back on. I'm not doing a very good job. Aha! We're in. We're in. All right. Our volunteers are helping, and they're making it go very quick. We mean business out here in the Columbia Memorial Space Center at Rocket Fever 2021. We mean business all the time, but Rocket Fever is our favorite event. Who doesn't love launching rockets? I know I do. Do you love coming to this event? Yeah. See, there you go. It's true. You really do. We have support from the local community that comes every year. I love watching them like intricately check it out. They're so delicate and everything. They're checking, what was the word that we learned earlier? The continuity. Continuity. They're connecting it to check the continuity. It's my vocab word for the day. Continuity. Yeah, it's a good one. Because they got to, you know, they got to meet up. They got to communicate. It's all about communication. Communication is great. That's true. Connection in real life, computer connections. Got to connect. Connect with the humans. All right. After that batch? Yeah. Where's my round 2 batch?
You mean that one?
Yeah. Da, 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 da. This is my round 3. This was round uno. Got to make sure all the launches are in order. Oh, wait. It is a wonderful day in the city of Downey right now. Perfect temperatures for a rocket launch. Better than cold. If it was cold, we might have had to cancel. Just like they do in NASA. They're not. That's okay.
They are shuffled.
They are shuffled.
Give me a second.
We're so, y'all are like experts at this point. It's getting faster and faster as the gig goes on. I'm impressed. That means they're pro status now. Are you guys gonna go work for like Boeing after this, or?
Hopefully at a community, at a college.
Okay, there you go. There you go. She's humble.
There you go.
Fabulous. My next group of launches. Getting ready. Round 2. This will be rockets 11 through 20. Because our stations are numbered 1 through 20. In case you guys were wondering what was going on over there. We have 2 sets of 10 rockets. And we do this 4 times. We have some wire connecting that they're doing. Getting it out of the dirt a little bit. Creating dirt tornadoes. Mixing up wires on accident. We're figuring this out. As one team preps, we have another team to my left. I had to think about that. That is putting all of the parachutes back into the ones that already launched. You can have the stick, yes. Fabulous. Someone just took the stick that we used to get the parachute or the rocket out of the tree. We had a rocket stuck in the tree, like a cat stuck in the tree, but a rocket. And it was. We had to take down a little branch of the tree with it so they could safely get their rocket. We're dedicated here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. We want you to have your rocket back with a tree included if needed. One did hit my laptop, in case you guys were here and you saw that. It was pretty dramatic. But we all survived. Okay. This is my favorite time. They're checking the continuity. This is the moment that we live for. They're connected. Cameras are being moved. Things are being turned on. I hear the magical noises that tell me they're ready. One of them, they said, was sleepy, was the word she used. Very technical terms using here at Rocket Fever. And when I think she says sleepy, I'm going to assume it means not connected. Doesn't want to launch. So we're going to fix that before we launch them. It looks like they're reconnecting one of these little, ooh, it focused in. Now you can see the igniters. Igniters. Officer Jessica, checking again. I hear success. It sounds like we're ready. Dun, 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 dun. Are you ready? Okay, they gave me the look. That means I'm ready. Hello, friends and family. Are you guys ready for our second round of launches for the pink group? Yeah, I hear some clapping. Woo! We live off of that. All right. So this is going to be rocket number 11. This was made by Jasper, and it is called, are you guys ready for this? The Green Jello. Were they eating green Jello? Who knows? 3, 2, 1. Green Jello is off. I can smell it. Smells fabulous. I see it. There it is. Beautiful. Separated and the parachute came out. The green Jello is safe. All right. We have rocket number 12. This one was made by Roberto, and this one is the QCA. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! That was a good one. I'm loving, oh, drama on the field. It was trying to get relaunched again and land on the launch station. Almost made it. Almost made it, Roberto. You're close to being the next Elon already. Okay. All right, we have rocket number 13. This was made by Tycho, and the name of this rocket is Mr. Rocket. All right. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Not that anyone could see, but there was a butterfly going by when that launched, and it scared the butterfly. But we had a successful launch, and it came back safely. Very nice, Mr. Rocket. No butterflies were harmed in this rocket launch. All right. Rocket number 14 was made by Israel, and the name of this rocket is Zoomy. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's zooming. Zoomy has zoomed. I see Laura. Do you have the view? Where's it going? It's right above me. Did it hit me? Oh, I see it right here. It's been safely caught. Oh no, my card. Can someone grab my card? All right. Zoomy, that was a success. You are safely on top of my canopy. Thank you, friends. All right, we have rocket number 15 coming up next. This one was made by Jeremy, and it is known as the Beastly. 4, 3, 2, 1. Sounded like a great launch. That was 15. You were 60. You just said 16. No, you were. I mean, okay. That was 16. Yeah. My officer accidentally did number 16, which was made by Anakin, the Tronic. The Tronic did beautifully. Technical difficulties, but not a problem over here. We're going to go back to number 15. What we just launched was number 16, the Tronic. This was number 15. Am I correct? 15. We're going to launch for... Those aren't the numbers I got, friends. Okay. I can count. Our officers cannot. Okay. That's why they were trained on rocket science and not math, apparently. All right, we got number 15 again, but the first time, really. Did we have a runner in the middle? Safety issue. Beep, beep, safety. All right. Rocket number 15 made by Jeremy. And this is now the Beastly. Yeah, we're launching 15. I'm with it, guys. 4, 3, 2, 1. The Beastly goes. Like, I see it above me. Oh my. Wow. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful design. All right. So now we have number 17. Yes, control officers. Number 17. Thank you, Mr. Runner. So rocket number 17. This was made by Victor. And this is called, wow, the Humiliator. The Humiliator. I think I said that wrong. But I'm not. The Humiliator. The Humiliator. I'm with it. I can't read. You guys can't do math. We're great. All right. Victor, here's your rocket. 3, 2, 1. We're having too much fun out here. It's above us. I see the shadow. Fabulous. It has landed safely. The Humiliator. It's the Humiliator. That's what it was. All right, we have rocket number 18 coming up next. This one was made by Tim, and it is called the TS Special. 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautifully, beautifully done. I hear the parachute working in the wind. Fabulous. Safety. All right, rocket number 19 is coming up. This one was made by Izzy, and this rocket is known as the SS Izzy. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's off. Perfect launch. I heard the separation. I see it coming. Oh, it's coming fast. The parachute did not deploy. But don't you worry, your rocket has survived. Sometimes rocket science is like that. All right, this is our last rocket for round number 2. This one was made by Mateo, and the name of this rocket is Spike. 3, 2, 1. I heard the wind take it. It's going. It's going. Woo! That got caught in the wind stream. The wind had other plans. Fabulous, guys. Those were all wonderful, wonderful rocket launches. Stay pending for the next. We are having a great time out here. I am having so much fun. All of our rockets were successful. Oh my. Oh my. Woo! My bad. That was me. I moved the canopy. Yeah, I did want a little shade, and I apparently messed. Yeah, apparently I can't read. Can't read. I want shade. I wanted food. The Columbia Memorial Space Center is the best. This is why Rocket Fever is the place to be every year.
Yeah.
Round 3 is coming up. We just need to get them ready. Yeah, that's real. We have 2 special rockets that just showed up. Why, I don't know. They were brought over by Officer Diana very, very safely. All right. We're getting ready to prep round 3. Kevin for the win. Kevin, our behind the scenes man, he's the best. He's the whole reason this is working. I'm just the face. He's the behind the scenes. It's really Kevin that's making this all happen. Thank you, Kevin. This is my favorite part where they get to restock all the rockets. Are you laughing at me?
I'm laughing with you.
Just trying to keep everyone happy here. So they are positioning the rockets this time. I don't know if you saw Officer Laura move the direction of the rocket. So we have them pointed straight up right now. And that's just so they do go straight up. Thought that was pretty self-explanatory. If we did angle it, they would launch in that direction. But because we're in the middle of a field, we want to keep it in our zone. We like being in the danger zone, even though we're safety first. What's a little bit of rocket launching if we're not in the danger zone? So I do want to add that if you guys are just really having a good time with all of this and you are over the age of 16, do come and help us. Join our volunteer program. Come hang out with us. We do this every year, but throughout the year, we also just do a lot of fun things. We have a lot of events all year. On the daily, we give tours and just really fun activities that we always have. So if you guys are excited and you want to be a part of this and you are over 16, join our volunteer program. I am volunteering today. I am part of this program, and you can see I'm having a ball. I'm having a great time. You can go on our website and check that out if you need to. And the rockets we are using today are the Estes Power Patrol. So thank you, Estes. And thank you, the financial partners, because this wouldn't be done without you. It's a team effort here at Rocket Fever. It's dream work. It's the teamwork that makes the dream work. And you can see the teamwork right now in action, getting these rockets ready. The intensity. The intensity. I know the little igniter that they connected to. I'll keep showing you guys. It's so tiny. It almost looks like a toothpick, but skinnier and metal. Don't use it as a toothpick, but that's what it reminds me of. All right. We think we're connected, not sure. This is the step where they get to check for the continuity. My new favorite word for the day. Our control officers, Laura and Jessica, are doing a great job. They're checking it. They're checking the continuity. I just heard them say it. They turn the power on. Again, they shut that off when they load the rockets. That's just in case they get electrocuted. There is a lot of technology going on right here, right now. They want to make sure everything's safe. I think we're almost ready. They haven't given me the look of like, it's time. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what's going on over there, but they're having very serious science talks. Just trying to get bits and pieces. They're talking rockets. I hear it. Sounds like we are systems go. All right. Sky. Hello. We are ready for our round 3. I was just told skies are clear. Haven't they always been clear, my friends? That's right. There are airplanes. We cannot do it when there is an airplane. Thought you meant like in the other way. I was like, it's been clear. I couldn't tell. It's covered above me. Okay. All right. We are on round 3 of 4. We are getting ready to launch the next 10 rockets of this series. We are in the pink group. So for the first rocket, we have the owner's name is Charlotte. And the name of this rocket, very appropriate, you guys. It's the Fire Ninja. The Fire Ninja. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Fire I saw. Where's it going? I know. I love it. Did you love the smell? Now it's in your direction. It was coming to me. Oh, it's caught on the net. That means it's safe. Wonderful flight from the Fire Ninja. I love that name. All right, we got rocket number 2. This one was made by George, and this was the Paw Patrol chase. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Now it came in my direction. I heard it. I heard the separation. It's coming down quick. No? Beautiful. Parachute worked. Very nice job. All right. For the next one, we have Elijah. And the name of the rocket is Elijah. Perfectly named. Let's go, Elijah. 4, 3, 2, 1. Elijah's off. Woo! Love the smell of engine for lunch. Yeah, a little afternoon snack of engine. Awesome job, Elijah. It has landed safely. All right. Rocket number 4. This one was made by Brock, and the name of the rocket is the Myra 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Whew. I love that noise. That tells me it was a successful launch. The wind's taking it. Where's it going? Still in the field. Very nice. Great rocket launch. The Myra 1. All right. We have a competitor. Fabulous. Copy. All right. We have a competitor here. This is going to be rocket launch number 5. This was made by Janik. And the name of this rocket is also the Ninja Rocket. Dun, dun, dun. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. That had a lot of fire. Where's the wind taking it? It goes. The wind. Nice. Ninja Rocket, you have been saved. That was a successful landing. Which Ninja Rocket was better? I think they were the same. They were great Ninja Rocket skills. All right, we got rocket number 6 coming up. This one was made by, is it Anaya or Ananya? And the name of this rocket is called Rocket Power. 4, 3, 2, 1. That rocket had some rocket power, if I ever knew it. Coming fast. So the parachute did not deploy on that one. That's why it had a screaming halt to the ground. But your rocket is safe, don't worry. Woo! You like that? All right, I got rocket number 7 coming up. This one was made by Shraddha, and the name of the rocket is Power Rocket. Four, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, no, that was all I got. That was a beautiful launch. Where are we going? Where'd the wind take it? Oh, it almost landed upright. It's only if I got a good joke, you know? All right, we're getting ready for rocket number 8. This one was made by, I want to say Kenya. And the name of this rocket is the Rainbow Rocket. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! And that rocket was decorated in multiple colors, like a rainbow, very appropriately named. Whoa, look at it landing so softly. Wow. That parachute did like extra work on that one. All right, this is rocket number 9. This one is made by Samrutha, and the name of this rocket is it's Sam's Space Diver. 4, 3, 2, 1. That rocket is diving to space, literally. Love it. It's been safe. Sam's Space Diver is safe. I like that name. It's like diving from space. That's really creative. All right, rocket number 10. Are you guys ready? Let's do this. This was made by, was it Deepar? And the name of this rocket is called the Shooting Star. 4, 3, 2, 1. Technical difficulties. 4, 3, 2, 1. The intensity is just building at this point. We're going to take a quick pause. They're going to check everything, and we will try to relaunch again. All the smoke getting in your eyes? The intensity. The intensity. We have 1 out of 10 that did not launch. They're checking the continuity. They have to shut everything down, unplug. He lifted it up into the sky right now. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe that might help. Okay. Our launch experts are checking currently what could be wrong. Is it the engine? Is it the ignition? He's reconnecting currently. What's impossible? Nothing's impossible.
No, the name of it, wasn't it something impossible?
The Shooting Star, which are very possible, very common too. All right, systems are turning back on. Did it say it worked? All right, we're gonna give it a second try for the Shooting Star. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a successful launch. Woo! It's going, it's going, it's going. It's coming down. Right to us. Very nice. Perfect launch. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shooting Star. That was a wonderful, wonderful launch. We will get ready for round number 4 very soon. All right. We're getting ready. We are running through this, friends. We're already on the 4th group for the pink And then after that, I believe we move on to a yellow set of cards. So we do have one more set of 4 sets of 10 after this one. So we are coming to a close soon, but not very. Are my rocket, you guys are leaving? My rocket control officers?
Well, we go out. We're going all the way out.
Yep.
So we're going to do the switch. So it'll be,
Copy.
it'll be Diana and David.
Thank you, my rocket officers. Yes, always. We have a rocket officer change. It's time for them to go get a break, switch jobs. They did a fabulous job. Okay. So next will be round 4. I already have them ready. They're pre-named, ready to go. And now we wait. We already have someone prepping currently. Very helpful. Our next set of rocket launcher officers will be back. We do have other activities going on that I can hear, and it's making me giggle. We have, you can build some capsules currently, and then we also have an area where you can build your own rocket out of a balloon through the Girls in STEM. Very exciting. I just went over there and gave them my own personal countdown for the kids. They're stretching out those big balloons, blowing them up, but decorating them and then using them to launch. Very fun. So if you guys are interested, we do have a Girls in STEM program. They do a lot of fun things in there. They get to go on field trips, do like science fair activities. So much stuff going on here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. If you're not a part of it already, join us, please. Because it's always fun times here. So, who are my next control officers going to be? And what time are we at? All right. So I think we are ready for, now that we are done launching, they are getting ready to reset for the next group participants. So if you would love to watch this STEM careers video with Ben DeCow, who is our executive director of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, and also Sandra Velez, who is a retired aerospace engineer.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Our first special guest today is engineer Sandra Velez. She's a retired aerospace engineer who actually grew up just up the road from us here in Southern California in the town of Montebello, California. She now lives in Florida, but she has a storied career in aerospace that she's going to tell you about. She's also been a great friend of our Girls in STEM Club. So I would like to welcome Sandra Velez. Sandra, how you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, good, not too bad. It's super hot here in Southern California today. How is it for you?
Really hot. Very, very humid.
What part of Florida are you in?
In Orlando, near the House of the Mouse. Near Disney.
Oh, House of the Mouse. Very nice. Yeah, I don't know if we can say that whole word on the channel. This is so great that we are able to bring Rocket Fever across the country today. This is fantastic. So I know you've got a lot to tell us. Thank you so much for doing this today. And yeah, I think I'll be back after your presentation to ask you a couple questions. All right?
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. Good luck.
All right. Thanks. So, hi, everybody. My name is Sandra Velez, and I am an aerospace and electrical engineer. I grew up in Montebello, California, and yeah, we're just going to get started on my presentation there. It's about STEM careers and what you can do with a STEM career and a STEM education. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. And a big misconception about it is that you have to be good at any of that in order to have a career in it. And I am proof positive that you don't have to be an expert at any of that in order to be successful in a career in STEM, like say for instance engineering, like what I'm doing, because you just have to stick with it, and just have an interest in it, do something that you're very interested in, and it'll come to you. So that's what I would want to impart today. So if we could go to the next slide, then I'll keep talking about that. I wanted to talk to you a little bit today about why I became an engineer. And the reason I became an engineer is because of this one particular woman named Sally Ride. She was the first American female astronaut to go into space. She was in a group of six other women that were selected at the same time. She was not the first woman to go into space. That honor belonged to Valentina Tereshkova of the Soviet Union, and that was about 20 years before Sally Ride went up into space. But either way, she was a super important, super influential person in my life. When I saw her go up in 1983 on that shuttle, then it kind of just opened up, it opened up a whole new world for little girls to be interested, who were interested in rocketry and space, and becoming an astronaut. And maybe they thought that they couldn't be that. When I was little, I was interested in planes, and I really liked the way they were, and that they were up in the air, and it was something so amazing to me. And when I was little, the thing that you could do as a girl was be a flight attendant. And so I thought that that's what I could be, was a flight attendant, and I could work with planes that way. But that's not true. It wasn't true when Sally Ride went up, and when there were other women who became pilots that I wasn't aware of when I was little. It was just something so amazing to see that a little girl could do that. And later on, I got to meet her, and she was just so amazing and so down to earth and so welcoming and so, like I said, influential to us. So if we could go to the next slide, that would be good. But yeah, she was the main influence on my life for why I became an engineer, because seeing that she could do it, I felt that I could do it too. And so now we're going into my career as an aerospace engineer. I was a flight test engineer for pilot training systems. What that was is those are systems that pilots use to practice their maneuvers, to practice the hard different things that they have to do, their missions. And what we do is we would create what's called a flight simulator, and have the pilot fly the missions. And if you look up in the corner, it has an arrow. It says, "That's me." And what I'm doing is I'm sitting behind the test pilots in the flight simulator, and I'm giving them direction. I'm saying, come up to this altitude, go down to this altitude, go to this speed, slow down. Walking them through the paces of the different missions that they had to do in order to not only test their skills, but importantly, testing the flight simulator to make sure that it behaved exactly the same way that the aircraft was going to. And I did this for that one is a C-130, and that's one of the world's largest aircraft. It's a big cargo aircraft, but mostly I did it for the F-18 flight simulator. And that's the one that's just below it. It's right there. And then in doing that, I did this all over the world. I did this for the U.S. Navy. I was a civilian engineer for the U.S. Navy, and I did that for 16, almost 17 years. And I went all over the world. I went to Australia, I went to Kuwait, I went to Canada. I did this all over, not only all over the United States, but around the world. And some people were like, do you feel uncomfortable about going to, say, for instance, halfway around the world to do that? And I said, no, because, they're calling me to come do this because I was one of the only women doing the job that I did. And you see the flight trainer for the F-18 is up at the top left corner. And so that's what I did. And I dedicated the last years that I was with the Navy in advanced technologies, safety systems for pilots, advanced landing systems. So if we could move on, go on to the next page, then we'll keep going for that. And so yeah, it was just several different years that I did this. It was a lot of fun. More than anything else, it was a lot of fun because you're doing something that not a lot of people get to do. And so this is my educational background. Like I said, I'm an electrical and aerospace engineer because one just wasn't enough punishment. I had to go for both. It's, two of the harder ones. And together, what I did is I focused on control systems and dynamics. And that kind of led into what my career was, later on. I also did different projects, like you guys are setting off rockets today. So I did that. I was part of the rocketry club, and I set off with my rocketry group. We did a 12-foot rocket when we set that off when John Glenn returned to space. We set that one off the day before. So that was part of the celebration of that event. And then there was different professional societies that I was involved in school. It helps to be involved in those in order to prepare you for your career later on, is to be involved in that. And then I just to be well-rounded. You want to be well-rounded. You can't just do just one thing. You want to be involved in a whole lot of different things. So I was involved in student government and different things like that. So if we could go on to the next one, and that was at UCF, Go Knights. So that's close by. And the reason I chose UCF is because they have a really good partnership with Kennedy Space Center. So actually, one of my professors was an astronaut, and some of the classes that we took out at the Space Center when we got to take tours and everything. So it was pretty neat. And then this is what you see here. As in my last years of school, I became a NASA intern, which is pretty exciting. And if anybody has an opportunity to do that, just know that that's an opportunity that's out there for you, is an internship. And you can have an internship at a whole bunch of different companies that are out there that focus in aerospace or something else that you're interested in. But this is the one that I was interested in, obviously. So that was NASA, and I got to do propulsion systems. I got to do payloads. I got to do guidance, navigation, and control, all that stuff. So I worked on power systems for the International Space Station. I also worked for payloads for the International Space Station. I did one of my rotations. One of the things I studied was orbiter main engines. That's a lot of fun. And you just saw a tutorial about how to put your rocket together. So just imagine the space shuttle is a big, huge version of that. And the main engines and propulsion system, that's the thing that makes it go. So what you guys were doing in miniature, we were doing, on a larger scale. And then, of course, what they call it, ELV is expendable launch vehicles. Those are rockets. Guidance systems, that's how you steer the rocket. It uses gimbals. Gimbals is a mechanism. It's a piece of hardware that's inside. And the rockets that you guys are launching today, they are unguided for the most part, if I understand correctly. So they're unguided, and they just have the propulsion, and they just go straight up, and they just kind of go off somewhere, and you find them afterwards. The guided system is one that uses this guidance mechanism, what they call gimbals, and they steer, kind of like steering a car, is the same thing for the rocket. And then one of the things that I liked that was a highlight was being involved in the Jet Propulsion Laboratory Genesis mission, which was a mission to the sun. They sent a mission to send a space vehicle that captured particles of the sun radiation, and then it came back to Earth, and they captured it. And so these are all just different ways that rockets and rocketry is being used today. Just know that a lot of things that are going on here on Earth, say for instance, investigations or experimentation into things that'll help us here, whether it's medicine, whether it's water filtration or something like that. Those experiments happen up at the space station, and the way to get there is through a rocket. So it's just been a very exciting career for me. It's been very varied. I've gotten to do and see a lot of things. So I just encourage everybody, if you like these things and you're interested in them, just please keep investigating, keep asking, keep participating in events like this, and parents that are watching, encourage your little kids, especially your little girls, to do it, because my parents, they encouraged us, and growing up with my parents are immigrants, and they know that they know that education is the great equalizer for everybody. With education, you can go really far in rocketry like this. The sky is not the limit, and the sky is not the limit for little girls. And so that's just what I wanted to share with everybody today.
Hey, well, thank you so much, Sandra, and thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's what we're trying to get across today to the girls and everybody out there who's watching this, that you can do this too. The barriers can fall down. I want to go back a little bit to something that you were talking about, as you were talking about your influences, and your parents really encouraged you. And you got inspired by Sally Ride. Who were some of the mentors that you kind of worked with? Like, how was it to find somebody who could kind of help guide you along this path?
Yeah, that's important, is finding mentors. Where I was working at for the Navy was Naval Air Warfare Center Training Systems Division. We focused on training systems. They're very, very involved and very focused on making sure that the young engineers or the new engineers that come in, that they have a mentor. And so I had a few women engineers that were my mentors that helped me along that aspect. And then I also had male mentors, some of my supervisors and more senior engineers that taught me the ropes and explained the ins and outs of the job and everything. But it's important to reach out and to take on the input that they have. They have a lot of experience. So mentorship is something super important, and that's something that for me, this is my version of mentorship, is to try and encourage younger folks to get involved in this. So that's another aspect of mentorship, is to take it on, and then to what you learn, share it with others.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, we know you because you've been a virtual mentor to our Girls in STEM Club. So really thank you for that. And I think it's fantastic to see the loop from your parents to sort of your professional guides, and then yourself kind of passing it on to the next generation. That's what we're hoping for. I do have two other questions. So this is from actually David out there. What drove you to continue down your academic path? Like, what kept you going? Because it takes a lot of school to be an aerospace engineer. Well, what kind of spurred you on? I'm sure that there were some bumps in the road, right?
There's a lot of long nights. There was a lot of times when you just don't think that you can handle the academic load anymore. It's a lot of classwork every semester. It does not let up. A lot of folks, they don't make it. Mm-hmm. And the reason they don't make it isn't because they can't handle the material, because it's not so much that, is that they don't have one of the most important ingredients to become an engineer is perseverance. Okay. Or any of these careers, anything in these fields, is perseverance. Is you got to stick to it. Mm-hmm. There's many times it's going to be tough. There's going to be times when you don't do well on a test, and you think, oh my God, I can't surmount this. But none of that is true. Mm-hmm. That's just you getting in your own way. We have to stick to it. You don't have to be an expert at this already. If we're all experts, then there wouldn't be a need for science, because the whole thing about science is to investigate things that we don't know.
Right.
If we do it, wouldn't be it. So that's the thing. I mean, these are all things that we don't know, and if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Right.
But the important thing is to stick to it. That's what kept me going.
And in those times where maybe you feel like you were feeling like you didn't belong there, or you couldn't hack it or whatever, what got you through? Like, besides the idea of perseverance, did you have friends that you could rely on, or people out there that kind of validated you?
My parents instilled in us that we can do anything. Their whole thing was that you don't have to be number one, but don't be the last one. Don't. You can do it. I mean, you just have to stick to it, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't do it, because those people are going to be there. Those people are going to. There's as a woman in a male dominated field, there were people that didn't want me around. Didn't think that I could do it, especially doing the work that I was doing with fighters, fighter jets, fighter pilots, that kind of thing. That is not an area that's super open to women. But I didn't listen to any of those people. I didn't bother with them, because they weren't living my life. I was living my life, and
That's awesome.
And I was in somebody that I went into the Air Force when I came out of high school, and I'm not recruiting anybody. But that was just a path that I took, and I was a cop, and I was the only woman always in what's called a flight in the Air Force. It's kind of like a platoon in the Army. Maybe some understand it better that way. But I was always the only woman, because again, it was a male-dominated field. I was carried a machine gun for 4 years. It's not something that's typical for women.
Sure.
So I have always not listened to people that told me you can't do something. I'm like, oh yeah, really? Watch this. I can do it.
That is inspiring words to live by. That's great.
Yeah,
All right.
and
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was saying my instructors in the Air Force, they were also, you're a woman and you're going to be taking a lot of flack, and you need to be confident in yourself. You need to be better at this than the guys. And it's not fair, but nobody said life was fair. And so you just have to stick to it. And that was the other thing. They kept just saying, stick to it. Because the only one who can tell you can't do something is yourself. And that's not a good word. That's not a good place to be.
Right. Well, that's fantastic. That's getting at the heart of what we're trying to do here with Rocket Fever and with what the Space Center tries to do. One last question before we move on, and it goes back to the 12-foot rocket, because this is Rocket Fever and we're launching rockets that are maybe 8 inches. How high did your 12-foot rocket go?
I don't even know. I don't even remember. But what I do know, and what I can tell you, is that we had to let not only the FAA, which is the Federal Aviation Administration, we had to let them know, but we also had to let the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms know, because of the amount of propellant, the amount of chemicals that are being used to send this 12-foot rocket up. We had to let all these agencies know what we were doing, so that they didn't think all of a sudden something weird going on. And so we had to let them know. But we did have telemetry on it. We set it up with a payload. We set it up with a little electronics package is what a payload is. A little electronics package that told us where it was going. But I can't remember.
That's all right.
I know we had to notify special people to let them know that it wasn't something weird.
How much fun was that?
That was a lot.
Well, hey, thank you so much, Sandra, for joining us today, all the way from Florida. And hopefully your air conditioning is running. And and really, thank you so much for everything you do, just in general in your career, but also thank you for helping with our Girls in STEM Club here in Southern California. Next time you're able to visit family back here in SoCal, stop by.
I sure will. Thanks for everything. Thanks for having me, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of your Rocket Fever Day.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We are getting ready to launch now the 4th round of the pink group. We did a little change on our officer and launch controls. So now we have, I was going to combine your guys' names because they're D's. We got Diana and David with us. I was going to make that a double name. All right, friends and family, this is going to be our final group or round for the pink group. We had to do a little break because we did an officer change. So we now have Diana and David with us. They are our safety officers for the remaining of the time. So this is round 4 for the pink group. This is rocket number 11. You guys ready? All right. So the owner's name is Axkata. I think I said your name wrong. I'm so sorry. But the name of your rocket is called the Super Speed. 3, 2, 1. That rocket had some super speed. They named it correctly. Where's it going? Woo! It was so fast that it didn't even deploy its parachute. Super Speed was an accurate name. All right. We are getting ready for rocket number 12. This is round 4 of the pink group. The owner's name is Joel, and the name of the rocket is the Mad Max. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. You guys like the nice smell of gunpowder or rocket powder? Little snack. There you go. The smell. That is the smell of sulfur. That means it's working, right? Success. Mad Max for the win. All right, we have rocket number 13 up next. This was made by, I want to say Aeon with an A. So this is Aeon Spaceship. 3, 2, 1. Woo! I heard it. I love the noise. You can tell when it's separated. I hear it coming. Parachute was a success. All right. We have, I know, I smell it now too. We have rocket number 14. This one was made by Emilio. And, ooh, I like the name of this one. This rocket is named the Emilio-O-Matic. 4, 3, 2, 1. And off he went. The Emilio-O-Matic. That's a great name. And a wonderful landing. Very nice, Emilio. All right, we got rocket number 15 coming up next. This one was made by Ayaz, and this is Ayaz's spacecraft. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! That one sounded like it went really high. It's going, it's coming. It's going to space. Where'd it go? Oh, it went over the ballpark. It's out of the park. So far, that is the longest of this one. All right. Number 16. This is rocket number 16. The name is Houston, and the name of this rocket is called the Sammy Sammy. Makes me want a sandwich. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Where's it going? Wow. Houston, you are the next Elon because that landed perfect. Put that on your future resume, okay? We have rocket number 17. This one was made by Lucas, and the name of this rocket is the Green Monster. 2 and 1. Woo! I heard it's a little wobbly. I can't see. Woo! Parachute did not deploy fully. Sometimes rocket launching is like that. We have Officer Diana getting it out of the way for safety reasons. What was the problem? Safety, Diana? No problem? All right, we have rocket number 18 coming up next. This one was made by Camila, and the name of this rocket is called the Rainbow. 3, 2, 1. Woo. I heard it. I'm watching it. Watching you guys watch it. Woo, almost over the ballpark. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, everyone that was part of the pink group. You guys did a wonderful job. Up next, we will have the yellow group. All right. We're quickly getting ready for our next set of rockets. We have our yellow group coming up. So now they just have to set up, get everything ready, and we'll get going to the next part. You can see my launch officer, Diana, and David right behind me. They're picking up the final rocket, which was the Rainbow. Beautifully done. Wonderfully done. The rockets we are using are the Estes Power Patrol rockets, and they are proving to be amazing. There has only been a few that didn't launch right away, but our rocket and safety launchers, they figured that out, and all have successfully launched. So this is a great rocket if you guys want to get your own. Thank you, Estes. And also thank you, financial partners. This wouldn't be done without you guys. So these rockets are using the A83 motor, which I can show you is this motor right here. It says A803. And this flies about the rocket about 300 feet into the air. So I can't personally see it because I am under a canopy protected, but they are launching pretty high. And that's why I see everyone looking up, and I need them to help me point it down. Inside of this is where this goes. So it unscrews on this ST rocket. And this is where the engine goes in here. Just like that. And then they will put their ignition in, and this is where all the fun starts. So this little ignition piece I've showed you guys before. Very cool. All of these are included, and then a little plug at the end just to kind of close it off so your engine doesn't come out as you are launching. You need that engine to work. And now I must put my engine back together. I want it to work. I might just launch my own rocket later just to see if I still got it. See if I still got it. Right now they're putting back together all of the rockets that were just launched. So they are putting the parachute back in. Now, regular rocket science would include a little bit more than just shoving a parachute into your rocket. Most rockets use fuel. They use chemicals. This uses power from an engine. Whatever gets the rocket going, right? We love rocket launches here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, especially on Rocket Fever. Even when it's not Rocket Fever, we still launch the rockets. We love it. We have just so many different kinds. Girls of STEM is doing some with balloons. We have some that you can stomp on them and it'll shoot the rocket. We have bottle rockets. We have rockets that I believe you saw earlier from Jared that he used antacid and water. So you can make that at home. So many fun ways to do rocket science and really just get started. I might even go home and make my own rockets since I didn't get to do this. All of my safety officers are checking everything. Now that we're getting ready for a whole new set of launch, we want to make sure everything's working. We currently have Officer Monica, Laura, and Jessica helping build the rockets. So they were helping me earlier launch them, but right now they are building the rockets. What's cracking? So I got a Sharpie. I don't have a Sharpie.
That is quite unfortunate.
I know. I'm so sorry. I can only be of help if I had a Sharpie. So we will be shooting off, we think, 4 rounds of 10 rockets coming up next. We're not exactly sure, but these were all pre-registered, and they were able to pre-register, come get them, and decorate them accordingly. So you can put tape all over it, color it, kind of, make it more personalized, give it a name, and then we launch it. We have them prepping, as you can see at our station. This shouldn't take very long. They are skilled at this. They are connecting the pieces. Fabulous. All right. I haven't been given my next name card yet, but I know it should be coming. Already, look how many rockets we've launched. We've already launched this many rockets. Can you believe it? What a fun time. And that's about 20 for each one. We are having so much fun today. Boy. Luckily, the sun has kind of gone down a little bit. We got some clouds. We got a nice breeze. This nice breeze, though, is taking all the rockets behind us. In an ideal world, it would just go straight up, but we can't control the weather here at the Columbia Memorial Space. I will say, it feels delightful. However, the rockets are probably going to go over the baseball field. Even my canopy's kind of swaying, so you can tell it's picking up. Winds are picking up. Beautiful summer day. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rockets that are almost ready for Group Yellow. Love it. Love it. I'm just so fascinated when they do this. It really takes a steady hand. I don't know if you notice, but they're very intricately snapping those on. David, I'm just so intensely watching you. Guys are placing them so nicely, so gentle. You love the rockets. Yeah, they are. It's true. It's true. You don't want to rush it. You want to take care of, those are people's loves and hard work. I'm telling you, rocket science is a serious business. Encourage anyone that's interested in rockets, go be a rocket scientist. We need them in the world. We need your smart brains out there that can do this kind of stuff. I'll stick to rocks. I'll stick to rocks. They shut off their power board, like I have mentioned before. They don't want to get shocked. Serious business. I see my papers. I love how they're all designed. I can see one is striped in like a red and blue stripe. I wonder what the name of that one is. I'd laugh if it was the red and blue stripe. We'll see. It's number 2. Okay, it looks like our final two are being put on. This group of launch officers, very serious. The silence outside. All I hear are the girls in STEM rockets in the background going off with the balloons. Okay. It looks like my canopy wanted to fall on me again. Oh no. Whew. This feels glorious, but let's see how the rockets do. Okay, they're checking. They turned it on. I hear the beeping. Checking for continuity. I'm a pro. I know what that means now. You guys do too. Yes. Are we ready?
Let's go.
Wow. Fabulous. We're ready. Let's go. Hello, friends and family. We are ready for the next set of rockets. So this is our yellow group. We will be starting at rocket number 1. This is round 1, rocket number 1. The owner of this rocket, her name is Annalie, and the name of the rocket is the C3507. Very official. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! That was a good one. So notice that was a different type of rocket. That was from summer camp. Very cool. It's fun to see the difference between the two rockets. What happened? What was the there was no parachute, or it didn't come out? It didn't come out, but it still survived. So there you go, sturdy rocket. Thank you, Estes. All right, we have rocket number 2. This one was made by Isaac, and it is called the Blippi rocket. The Blippi rocket. Four, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Love it. How did the Blippi rocket do? Beautiful. It had made it home safely. Congratulations, Blippi rocket. Woo. All right. We have rocket number 3. This one was made by Emma Rose, and the name of this rocket is called Sky, because that's where it's going. 3, 2, 1. Into the sky it went. Woo! David's gonna catch. Oh, David, I thought you were gonna catch it. You had your eye on it. All right, congratulations, Emma. That was a good one. We have rocket number 4 coming up next. This one was made by Sophia, and the name of this rocket is Awesome Sophia. Woo! 3, 2, 1. Woo! And I got the smell of it. Got the smell. Where'd it go? Is it above me? Where is it? Wonderful. Very nice. Very awesome, Sophia. You will get that back. All right, we have rocket number 5 coming up next. This one was made by Maya, and it is called the Awesome Maya. 4, 3, 2, 1. That was pretty awesome. Yeah. Woo! Looks like it's coming towards me. Where'd it go? Did it fly into space? There it is. Woo! All right, very awesome, Maya. Very awesome. Right? I don't see that. I just see you guys pointing, and I'm like, it's somewhere. All right, we have rocket number 6 coming up, and this one was made by, I want to say her name is Aishi, And the name of this rocket, Ashi. Thank you, friends. The name of your rocket is did I read this right? The Space Mobilashi? Did I read that right? Woo! 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no! Try again or go to the next. The anticipation. All right, we're gonna skip it, move to the next. I'm gonna put the Space Mobilashi to the side. Don't you worry, friends. We will get it going. All right, we have rocket number 7 coming up. This one was made by Aria. Did I say that right? And the name of the rocket is Amazi Aria. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Fabulous. And it's been caught safely. Very nice. Okay, we are moving on to rocket number 8. This one was made by Michael. And the name of this rocket, I like this. It's called the Mountain Lion. Ooh. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! I love that noise. That's all I can see is just the noise of success. I'm feeling good about this next one. I'll tell you why. Did it get caught? Are we ready? All right, rocket number 9. This one was made by Ryan. I'm feeling really confident. It's called the Optimist. There we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. That had some cool fire involved with it. Love when there's fire. Very beautiful lands. All right, we got rocket number 10 on the way. This one was made by Archer, and this is the Terran Battle Cruiser. That was a name. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo. All right, we will get back to our rocket number 6 was the Space Mobilashi. I think I'm saying that right. Space Mobilashi. We will get back to that in pending. This is fun. So much fun. So we have one rocket that didn't launch this round, and it's probably because of the ignition or the igniter. It looks like it's not connected to the engine, maybe? What's happening over there? The igniter. So it's this little thing?
So that burns.
Ah.
It wasn't enough to ignite.
I see. I see. So it was the igniter, like predicted. I'm getting good at this.
Igniter lit, but it fused to the plastic. Check that out.
Oh, I would love to check this out. Look at this, friends. So this was the problem right here with rocket number 6. It smells like sulfur. So it did catch on fire. It ignited, but you can see it melted to this little plastic clip, and therefore it wasn't able to launch. So we're going to change out this component, put in a new engine, and hopefully this won't happen again. But that's really cool. You can see that it had fused together. Yep. That'll stop a rocket any day. Any day. And this is why they get paid to check out the rockets. It's almost like it melted together and became one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can't even take this apart if I tried. This wasn't getting launched anytime soon. So they're quickly changing the engine. I know you guys want to be updated on this. Changing the engine, putting a new igniter in, putting a new end piece right here. And hopefully this will not melt to the igniter. Okay. I see our control officer, safety officer, David. He's putting in the final touches. There we go. This was number 6, rocket number 6, the Mobile Ashi. I like that name, the Mobile Ashi. We think we fixed the problem. My safety officer, Diana, she's looking very confident. She has done this for many years. We trust her during rocket launches, for sure. We hope you're having a wonderful day with us, because we are having a wonderful day with everyone launching these rockets. So much fun. Is this my next batch? Fabulous. All right. All right, we are going to try and relaunch this rocket number 6. This one was the Space Mobile Ashi. Again, sorry if I'm not saying that right, but I think I am. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo. There it was. We have success. So what had happened was the igniter had melted to the end piece of the engine. So we just kind of changed that out, put a new engine, and voila, it worked. Very nice. We will be getting ready for the next rocket launches very soon. Few minutes, and we will get them going. All right, we had success. Cool. All right, so we are going to take a short little break. We're going to bring Jared back, because Jared is our favorite, and he's going to talk about the boilerplate and just kind of get us ready for the next part.
We're here in front of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, where we have one of our exhibits that all you have to do is walk right up to it, and that is Apollo boilerplate number 12. If you're thinking, hey, this looks like an Apollo capsule, you are right. In designing crewed spacecraft, we'll often make a version of it that's the same size, shape, and weight as the final product, but not include things like computers or a life support system. And that empty shell of a spacecraft is called a boilerplate, and they are built to make sure that we have designed everything correctly. Now, each boilerplate does something very specific to it, and BP-12 here was built to go on a little ride. There's no way to get around it. Rockets are big fuel tanks. The physics of weight and the energy needed to reach the speeds of orbit or going to the moon demand that 95 to 98% of the weight of your launch vehicle to be fuel. If something goes wrong, that's a lot of boom that can happen below you, and you really don't want to be close to that. So you have a launch escape system. For Apollo, a tower was on top with motors that, when activated, would pull the capsule safely away. And that's what BP-12 here was designed to test. Will that launch escape system pull the capsule safely away? BP-12 was put on top of a little Joe 2 rocket. These small rockets were designed specifically for the launch escape tests. So BP-12 was fitted to the top of one, and on a test flight known as A001, BP-12 lifted off from the White Sands Missile Range on May 13th, 1964. Now, after firing for 42 seconds, the launch escape tower's motors kicked in and safely pulled BP-12 away, reaching a maximum height of just under 30,000 feet. After parachute deployment, one of the 3 parachute lines actually rubbed against the upper deck and broke. So that caused BP-12 to come down under 2 parachutes. Now, the Apollo capsules, they were designed to come down under 2 parachutes, so that was a little added bonus to this test. Except for the single parachute failure, all test objectives were met and the flight was considered a massive success. BP-12 technically flew the first flight of an Apollo command module on a rocket. And they were all built right here in Downey. So when you come to the Columbia Memorial Space Center, you don't have to go inside. You just have to come on out in order to enjoy BP-12. For the holidays, we light it up as the world's only Mach 32 capable Christmas tree. And if you play Pokemon Go, you also are probably quite familiar with BP-12. So the next time you're driving past on your bike or walking through the park, make sure to stop and take a visit. Look at history. Look at real flight hardware, something that helped us take our first small steps and giant leaps into the cosmos.
All right, we are back and we are getting ready for our next set of launches. I know you guys just watched the fun video. Love Jared. He's got a lot of great things to say. He likes rocks with me, so we go and talk about rocks. But he's really, really into rockets, so he's more of the rocket scientist here. So they already have 11 through 20 set up. They are double checking them, and we're even getting ready for our round 3. So we have a lot of rocket launcher and safety people here right now. We're all working together. They just give me the thumbs up when it's time to go. I will. All right, are we ready? How fun. We're ready for the next round. All right, friends, we are getting ready for the next round of rocket launching. This is round 2 of the yellow group. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. This is rocket number 11. This was made by Jackson, and it is named the Sonic Roblox. Like it. 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's off. This is me clapping. I'm like clapping on the table like, woo! Beautiful. It got a little tangled, but it came down safely. All right. Good job, Sonic Roblox. Okay, so we have rocket number 12 coming up. This was made by Jacob, and the name of this rocket is the Dr. Eggman. We got to giggle. 3, 2, 1. Love it. Now that it's not so bright, you can see the fire. All right, Jacob. Very good flights. We have rocket number 13 coming up. This was made by Alan, and the name of this rocket is called NASA. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! NASA's off. Extra smoky. Yes, it was. As it should be for NASA. All right. We have rocket number 14 coming up. This one was made by Kevin, and it is called the Starship. 2, 1. I love that scream after. Where's it going? I see pointing. Right to our rocket runners. Perfect. All right, we have rocket number 15 coming up. This one was made by Arabella, and the rocket name is the Bella Rock. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bella's rocking. She's rocking and rolling. She's out of here. Where's she going? Beautiful landing by the Bella Rock. All right, we got rocket number 16 coming up. This one was made by Roxy, and the name of this rocket is called Audrey. Audrey. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! That was ignited so well, there's still a little fire. I see it's above me. Where? Right behind me? Fabulous. All right. Audrey has landed safely. This next one's really good, guys. Rocket number 17. This was made by Viola. And the name of your rocket is Moo. With lots of exclamation points, so Moo. 3, 2, 1. And Moo is off. Or Moo. Could be mood. That was an excellent landing. Excellent landing. All right, we have rocket number 18 that is next. This one is made by Malia, probably Malia. The name of your rocket is the Star Rocket. 3, 2, 1. The Star Rocket's reaching the stars. Here it goes. Did it wobble? Woo! It came right to visit us. Thank you. We have rocket number 19 coming up. This one was made by Colin, and this is called the Mighty One. 4, 3, 2, 1. Love that sound. Sounds like success. The Mighty One was indeed mighty. And it had a little of a harsh landing, but it survived because it's the Mighty One. All right, we got rocket number 20 coming up next. This one was made by Arvin, and the rocket's name is called Bloom. 4, 3, 2, 1. Where did Bloom go? Bloom's right above me. Dun, 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 dun. Woo! Oh, that was a great landing. Congrats, Arvin. You are Elon because it almost landed. All right. We will get going on our next rounds very shortly. Okay, another round of successful launches. I love it. I love it. I love it. I wish every rocket launch could be this successful. That lonely number 3 is for next. We were already, now we have like 5 rocket launchers getting ready. This is the last run, number 3. Woo! We out here. We almost done, everyone. And we're right on time. Love when we're right on time. It's gonna end on 4, yeah. Say I love when we're on time.
Do you have to press down to speak?
Me? Oh no, girl, I'm live. We always going.
So while you're talking, they can hear it.
Yeah, while I'm talking, they just hear me extra. So we currently have, how many do we have left? We have 8 launches left. Thanks for sticking with us through all of this. We have done, look at all these launches we've done. Look at all this. This is all the rockets we have launched today. Love rocket fever. Where else do you get to build a rocket and you get to launch it? Here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, that's where. Every year, rocket fever. Next year, hopefully it won't be a COVID year, so you can just kind of stop on by during the day and hopefully get a rocket. This year it was pre-registered only. So if you pre-registered for a rocket, you got one. There was limited numbers, but usually we are able to just hand out rockets to everyone that joins the event until supplies last, of course. Okay, our safety officers are walking away. That's fine. We only have 8 left.
Oh,
What happened?
sprinkling.
It's sprinkling. Okay. All right. We got to beat the weather. We went from hot and sweaty to cloudy. Cloudy and humid and moist, apparently. We got to wait for the approval before we can get going. Apparently, there's no continuity. That word that we know. Okay, I hear it. I hear it. Not all of them are working. These are our last 8. I do see 2 of them that looks like they were made during summer. Imagine the rockets have a mind of their own and they just launched on their own. Plot twist. The rockets wouldn't even need our safety officers anymore. We have all our safety officers here right now. We got Officer Laura, Jessica, Monica, David, Diana. We're ready? All right, everyone. This is our last round of rocket launches. Very excited. This is round 3. We have rocket number 1, which was made by Riley. And the name of this rocket is the Pokemon Master. Ooh. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Definitely going to get that Pokemon. It was named correctly. Any Pokemon in space, it's going to get it. All right. We have rocket number 2. This one was made by Cooper, and the name of this rocket is named Cooper. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's like the wind is taking it. Oh, that was beautiful landing. Very nice, Cooper. All right, we got launch number 3, rocket number 3. This was made by Leia, and this is called the Air Shooter, as it will. 3, 2, 1. Woo. That did, in fact, shoot through the air. Very nicely. Copy. All right. Rocket number 4 is coming up. The name the person who built this is Laika, I want to say your name is, and the name of this rocket is Midnight. 3, 2, 1. I can smell it. Woo! Some good rocket sulfur. All right, are we ready for rocket number 5, friends? All right, we got rocket number 5 coming up. This one was made by Emma and Adriana, and the name of this rocket is Serendipity. 4, 3, 2, 1. Dun, dun, dun. We'll go back to Serendipity. Safety, safety. Dun, 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 dun. Run. Just kidding. Safety officers, are we clear? All right, we have rocket number 6 coming up. This one was made by, I think your name is Masara Han. Sorry, I can't read. It's not the writing, it's the pen. Masaharu. It's a beautiful name. All right, so the name of this rocket is the Mars K1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! That was a summer rocket, wasn't it? That was an amazing rocket. So good, yes. Our officer lost her hat. It went past the baseball field? Wow, it's in the other diamond. That is very impressive. We have rocket number 7 coming up, and this was made by, I'm not sure how to pronounce this name. Tishufani? Another amazing name. I just can't pronounce it. And the name of this rocket is the Perseverance. 4, 3, 2, 1. I love those rockets. Come for summer camp. Get a rocket. It's going. Is it still going to the baseball field? Oh, your rocket is safe, friend. You shall get it back. All right, we have rocket number 8 coming up. This one was made by Wesley, and it is Giz the Rocket Whiz. I was like, wait, Giz the Rocket Whiz. That's fun. Okay. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now we go back to Serendipity.
Give her that extra double chance.
Again, we had all of them work, but one. So our rocket launcher officer. He went to go check it out. Officer David, he went to go check it out. He's checking the igniter. He said he doesn't know. He literally gave a look like, I'm not sure. So we're just going to put a whole new set of engine. We've got another little, maybe this happened again where it melted together. Look, did you see this? Yeah. It melted together. Dun, dun, dun. Should I give the 10-minute announcement that we're closing after the rocket's launch? Or should I do it now or after the launch? After the launch, huh? It's almost time. It's almost time. Copy. We do have one launch left. We are going to do Serendipity, but I do want to tell everyone that we are closing at 4 o'clock. We do thank you guys for joining us for Rocket Fever, but please stick around for this last launch for Serendipity.
Oh, yeah, don't forget to pick up your rocket.
Oh, yeah. And please pick up your rockets afterwards. You want those rockets. You spent a lot of time on them. All right, last rocket. Let's see if it launches. Fingers crossed. That should be number 5. Turning on the power. Recounting just in case I was wrong. I can count. They can't. I can't read. I'm ready. All right, here is the final rocket launch. This is rocket number 5. This was made by Emma and Adriana, and it is Serendipity. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a successful launch. Woo! Sometimes it's not how far you go. It's just that you launch successfully. Thank you, everyone, for participating and launching rockets with us. We have had a wonderful time with you. Come next time for Rocket Fever. Come every year. We do this every year. We love it. Columbia Memorial Space Center, Rocket Fever. Woo! 2021. That's the year we're in. I know. I always want to say like 2020, 2022. What year are we in? All right. So thank you guys. So I'm not live. I'm still live. I'm still live very shortly, but it is about to end, unfortunately. Thank you guys for joining us so much. Again, we want to thank financial partners. We want to thank SDs for sponsoring Rocket Fever. All of this just plays out perfectly. Thank you so much. This concludes our live rocket launches, but we do have another video for you with Ben DeCal, our executive director of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, and a team of engineers from Relativity Space. Thank you, guys.
3, 2, 1, 0.
We're going to talk to not 1, not 2, but 3 rocket scientists at one time, all part of the 21st century rocket culture. They're all from Relativity Space. They're an aerospace company that relies on robotics in their manufacture of their rockets. And they're headquartered in Southern California. Again, Southern California is the hotbed of rocket design and research and headquarters. They're actually based in Long Beach, which is just a little south of us, not too far away from our last speaker, Virgin Orbit. And I would like to introduce Josh. He is a propulsion engineer from Relativity, and Josh will take it away and introduce his colleagues. All right? Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I think we're all pretty excited. I just want to start with sort of introducing Relativity. Like you said, we're a space startup here in Southern California. We're based in Long Beach. And I guess we're just going to tell you a little bit about how we do what we do and what we love about it. So we can go to the first slide, please. I just want to introduce what a rocket is, right? How it works. Essentially, it's a gigantic flying fuel tank. That's really what most of a rocket is. When you look at the body of a rocket, it's just fuel tank. We have fuel, which is like the fuel in an airplane or a car, and then oxidizer, which is because the rocket works in space, you need to bring your own oxygen along with you instead of using the oxygen in the air. aside from the main fuel tanks, you have engines at the bottom to burn that fuel. You have avionics, which are the brains of the rocket. And the rocket itself has a bunch of different stages, sections that are stacked on top of each other, and they drop away one at a time. And the objective, of course, of a rocket, as I'm sure almost everyone knows, is to deliver things to space. So satellites or equipment, sometimes even crew. I'm going to talk about the engines at the bottom of the rocket, and then my colleagues who you're going to hear from in a little bit are going to talk to different parts of that design. So if we could go to the next slide, please. I want to cover sort of how an engine works. And people have often heard of Newton's laws, and there are two, but really all three are really important to how a rocket works. The third law is one that you've maybe heard of, that's every action has an equal and opposite reaction, is the fancy way of saying it. Basically, all that means is if you push on a wall, the wall pushes back on you, right? And that's the basic principle on which a rocket engine works, is you throw fuel out the back and it pushes you forward. So you can see, like, if you were sitting in an office chair on wheels and you sprayed a fire extinguisher, you would spray the extinguishing stuff out one side and it would push you in the other direction. And the other important thing to know about how this works is Newton's second law, which is written as force equals mass times acceleration. And what that really translates to for this is the faster you throw something away from you, the harder it pushes you back in the other direction. So if you were, again, sitting in a rolly chair or standing on an ice skating rink or something, and you threw a heavy ball, the harder you threw that ball, the faster and further it would push you back in the other direction. So basically all a rocket engine is trying to do is to get that to happen, to throw as much away from you as fast as possible. So if we go to the next slide, please. The basic way that you do that, like I mentioned before, you have fuel and oxidizer. Sorry, we're just waiting for the slide to come up. And you put those things into like a combustion chamber to mix it, and then you shoot it out the back with a nozzle. The rockets that we're launching today are a solid fuel, so you have your fuel and your oxidizer mixed together. But usually the way we do this on bigger rockets, although there are exceptions, is you have them as liquids and you try to mix them together. And the faster you shoot them out, as I said, the better it works. And usually the way to do that is by making them get really, really hot and burning and expanding. And the important way you get that done is if you imagine like candles on a birthday cake or something. If you blow too hard, then you blow them out. But if you blow just right, you get the flame to grow bigger and hotter and stronger. So one of the important things we try to do is inject the fuel and the oxygen to make it burn really nicely together. Like when you're starting a campfire and you're blowing on that fire, you want it just right. But if you blow too hard, then it'll be like birthday candles and they'll get blown out. The other thing is because it's so hot, it would actually melt the metal that we use to have the rocket engine. So you actually have to use the fuel to cool the engine. You have lots of tiny, tiny little channels that run through the sides of the engine that you have to build to keep it cool enough with that fuel flowing through. So if we go to the next slide, I can talk about how we actually go about building an engine to do that. And the top pictures that you'll see here are the injectors. So remember, I talked about getting a campfire to blow bigger instead of blowing out birthday candles. The way you do that is lots and lots of little holes. And the way that we used to do that, these photos are from like the Apollo missions to the moon, is lots of little tiny holes that you drill individually, and it takes a very long time. So you see off on the right, I have all the steps that you would use to make a rocket engine the old-fashioned way. The way that we're doing it as a company is we're just 3D printing the whole thing. So instead of having to machine lots of little holes and make lots of different parts to get those channels in the rocket engine so that you can flow the fuel through and cool it, all this complicated stuff, instead of having to do lots and lots of steps with lots and lots of people, basically you can just 3D print it in one piece. And that's basically the whole idea of how relativity works. And now I'm going to give Lauren a chance to talk about how we do a similar thing for the structure of the rocket, not just the engines.
Hey everyone, I'm Lauren. I'm a structures engineer at Relativity Space. And if you don't mind going to the next slide. So Josh gave a really good introduction to how the engines work and mentioned that we have sort of the giant fuel tanks that make up the rest of the rocket. So for a quick overview of that, going from the ground up, we start with a first stage or a booster, which usually has, most times these days, about nine engines at the bottom, which are optimized for propulsion at sea level. And the booster is used to basically take everything on top of it and get it to the edge of space. And then once you get to the edge of space, you then have a second stage, which you'll separate off and sort of throw the booster away. The second stage has usually a single engine, which is optimized for vacuum. And it's designed to, instead of being like really, really good at picking up heavy stuff and getting it to the edge of space, it's designed to, once you're in vacuum, accelerate the payload to the right velocity so it can actually get into orbit. Sometimes you also have a kick stage or a third stage, and that's used for sort of fine control of the orbit and getting it to like a nice circular orbit. And then you have a fairing, which is like a big clamshell you'll see on top of a rocket that then separates. And that's used to protect the payload until you get outside the atmosphere so that the air resistance doesn't destroy your satellite, which usually gets you frowned upon. And then of course you have the payload itself. So everything from the engines up is essentially structures, where structural mechanics is how solid bodies react under loads and pressures, and rocket launch involves a lot of very high loads and pressures. So the challenge is to basically take this giant fuel tank and make sure it doesn't fall apart while you're sending it through this really crazy environment to get your payload into orbit. So the way that we do that is we start by designing our parts, then we analyze them, then we test them, and then we launch them. And we go through that sequence because testing your design by launching a rocket can get really expensive and really messy really fast. So it's important to analyze your parts and show that they work before you actually launch. Otherwise, it just takes a really long time. So if you'll go to the next slide, one of the ways that we do this is by, for example, this is one of our very small printed cylinders. We'll prove how capable our big printed structures are by making small scale ones and then pressurizing them and seeing what kind of pressure it takes for them to burst, and then showing that the pressure at which they burst matches what we analyze them to, and basically saying, you know, the math that we did in advance lines up with what we did experimentally, and that convinces us that our manufacturing processes work, and we're not going to, have a rocket explode the minute we put a couple of PSI pressure into it. And then if you go to the next slide, the other thing that we do for testing, every rocket will get tested before it gets launched, and you can't really simulate the loads of flight on the ground because you have really high accelerations and really high air loading and a bunch of stuff that's hard to get with a stationary tank on the ground. But what you can do is you take your vehicle and you put it into a big stand that has straps that go around the rocket or a big attachment at the top. And you basically use this huge test stand to apply loads and forces onto the rocket so that you can simulate the loads that you would see in flight without having to actually fly the rocket, and use that to do your final test to show, okay, the way that we've assembled this is going to live up to loads that are similar to what it's going to see in flight. And then it's safe to actually put it on a pad and launch it and expect that everything's going to go well. So the final step of this is actually making sure the rocket knows where it's going. And so Kushbu, who's an avionics engineer, is going to take that on.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kushbu Patel, and I am the avionics hardware in the loop engineer here at Relativity. Before I talk more about the role and more about avionics, I just wanted to share a quick background story. So ever since I was 5 years old, I had always wanted to be an astronaut. And being raised in Houston, Texas, I had the opportunity to visit Johnson Space Center many times and participate in STEM-related activities. And this dream of mine continuously motivated me to work hard in school, and it paved way for me to transform my goals and my passions into reality by teaching me skills needed to succeed in the outside world. I've participated in several NASA projects, and there's two that are near and dear to my heart, and one of them is the High School Aerospace Scholars, where I was chosen by our Texas state senator to participate in a week-long internship at JSC, Johnson Space Center, where we were able to create a mock mission to Mars. In college, I participated in NASA's Zero Gravity Project, where I had the opportunity to fly in the Vomit Comet and experience Martian gravity and lunar gravity, which was incredible. And then as far as my career, immediately after graduating from the University of Texas in Austin in 2016, where I majored in Bachelor's of Science in Aerospace Engineering, I worked at an air launch company, which you guys just listened to, which is Virgin Orbit. And I worked there for about 3 years, and now I'm at Relativity. So to give you guys a little bit about avionics. So avionics serves as a purpose of being the brain of the rocket. And the avionics, they're the electrical systems that are necessary for flight, and they're driven by software to tell them where the rocket should go. So if we go to the next slide, I can go into detail of like what systems the avionics controls. So next slide, please. Thank you. So avionics, so they tell us where the rocket should go and how it should move its engines to keep us on the correct trajectory. And to achieve this, a spacecraft actually has several brains distributed through its various components. And some of these brains include like power management system, data collection, guidance navigation systems, telemetry systems. And if you guys don't know what guidance and navigation and telemetry is, the guidance system has two main roles during the launch of a rocket, and it's to provide the stability to the rocket, as well as control the rocket during all these maneuvers that we perform. The telemetry system allows for wireless data transmissions so we can monitor where the rocket is during flight. And all these systems communicate with each other, as well as with the spacecraft avionics and command systems. But before we can put these electronics onto the rocket, before we integrate them, we have several levels of testing we have to go through to make sure that they can operate through the harsh flight conditions during launch and when we're in space with system margin. And that's where my role comes in. So I lead the design, the development, and the execution of a test system called hardware in the loop. HITL is the most crucial step before you fly, one of the most crucial steps before you fly. And the goal of HITL is to simulate closed-loop rocket system with emulated sensors and actuators. The sensors and actuators include temperature sensors and pressure sensors, so we know how hot parts are getting, and like those are extremely crucial in also helping us like open and close different parts of the gas system. HITL testing, which is hardware in the loop, is also one of the most important tools for avionics, for software, propulsion, the guidance system to come together and really simulate what a full mission trajectory looks like. And it allows us to combine all the hardware and all the software to for a real-time, realistic feedback. And it provides all the test coverage we need to make sure that we catch all bugs and help mitigate any risks that would have occurred at the test site and launch site. So that is avionics in a nutshell. And yeah, I think Ellie is the next one to speak as well.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yeah, so thank you so much for inviting us to speak. I have just a few wrap-up words for a little summary of relativity space. If you want to forward to the next slide, please. So yeah, you mentioned that we're using robotics to help to make the rockets of the future, but we're also actually using the 3D printing method or additive manufacturing, which we think will really help to accelerate the take-up of rocket launch and space exploration as we go into this new millennium. And finally, just want to leave you with a quick video. If you can go to the next slide, please. And we have a video of an example of how we actually 3D print our tank and barrels. And if you want to press the button that says play, hopefully the video will play. So yeah, that's a fuel tank that we printed in 10 days, but it looks like it was really fast. But that's the kind of thing that we're doing with what we call our massive robot, which we call Stargate. And as far as we know, that's the biggest 3D printer in the world. So keep an eye out for relativity space, because we're going to be launching rockets using this method very soon.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic. It's so great to see how rocketry is kind of evolving in the 21st century. This is great. And just to follow up on that, the last bit with the 3D printer, the Space Center has some 3D printers, and we've done some hands-on programming where kids are able to 3D print parts of the model rockets, like the ones we're launching today, and set them up in the space. And it's very much inspired by what we've heard you and others doing. How has this 21st century manufacturing techniques really impacted the space race, or the new space race? Is it just about making things cheaper, or is it enabled us to imagine bigger and better or different things?
Yeah, I think Josh mentioned, the method of manufacturing for engine parts has also simplified, but yet also increased in speed. So it's literally everything you can think of: better, faster, stronger. And that sounds like a Daft Punk song, but that's the kind of thing that we're looking for. More efficiency in every process, taking the speed at which we achieve orbit or get to space and allow our customers to also get to space. The whole thing is basically a win-win situation.
I was also struck by your presentation by a couple of things. One, the historic photos, because as we've explained, the Space Center is where the Apollo spacecraft were designed and built. We've got a long legacy of aerospace here on the property we're in. But I was also struck by something that Kushbu said. She wanted to be an astronaut. So did I, and I'm here at a space museum. How many of you guys also wanted to go into space, not just work on the vehicles that went into space? I can't see you, so I don't know if you're raising your hand. Say something.
So I wanted to be an astronaut really bad, and then I found out I was going to be too tall to fit in the space shuttle.
That's what they told me too.
That dream ended for me.
Yeah, that's what they told me too. I went to space camp and everything in Huntsville, but then I'm over 6 feet. I don't know. I'm hoping that companies like yours, you're really going to open up the opportunities for the tall people in the world. But anybody else? I know that's for a lot of the young people who are watching this. A lot of them, they think about, I want to go into space, but then not realizing that there's all of this other stuff that you can do to be a part of the space program, which is what you're all doing. Any of you anyone else wanted to be an astronaut, or have any other thoughts about how you can enter the space program?
I can speak a little bit to that. There's many ways you can be involved if you can be an astronaut. And by all means, please utilize the internet to search for science clubs at your local museums. For example, like the Columbia Space Center has a lot of organizations, like clubs and like online events like this Rocket Fever. At least when I was in Houston, Texas, I signed up for science clubs at my local school. And I also read a lot of books based on space, and I still do that a lot. Oh, nice. So I highly encourage that. I highly encourage watching films that are motivating you to also pursue this career. Apollo 13, one of my all-time favorite movies, The Martian, The Interstellar. So definitely encourage all youngsters out there, please like participate in STEM activities. Reach out to your local museums, your libraries, your schools, talk to your teachers, talk to some of us engineers, and we would love to help you and guide you to that path of achieving your goals.
That's super nice. Thank you very much for opening yourself up to being able to connect more in the future with the young people out there. I want to say thank you to all four of you, to Relativity Space. Thanks for keeping the rocket dreams alive here in Southern California. That's super awesome. I want to thank Josh and Lauren, Kushbu, and Eliana. We're ready to keep talking to you guys more in the future. It'll be exciting to see where Relativity takes us when you guys are starting your launches and everything. So thanks a lot for being here today. Thanks for being a part of Rocket Fever 20.